Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, April the 29th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. I see my audio is good. Wow, what an open, guys. Look at this open on the SPY. Now, the only news I saw, economy shrunk, but maybe it didn't shrink as much as everybody thought. So, what a move on the SPY. Haven't seen one like this for a while. So, let me talk about a few things here. Obviously, we got tons of stocks that are moving higher. The cruisers and the airlines, you can basically pick any one of them. American Airlines, of course, has earnings today, so also is there's that for American Airlines. But basically, you could probably pick any airline, UAL, JetBlue. If you want to take a look at the ETF for the airline industry, JETS, there's the ETF. So you might want to play that, take a look at that all day long, assuming the airlines remain strong. And of course, the cruisers are all cruising higher. CCL, NCLH, and RCL. The market is absolutely ripping. Guild is halted. Yeah, Guild was halted. I thought it was supposed to open at 9 o'clock. Did not open yet. Yeah, it's open. Okay, so yeah, it opened at 9 o'clock. Big pop up for Guild, G-I-L-D. Now, guys, just a word. Yesterday afternoon, once I had closed the room, I actually traded this CREX, and I don't often do this. I actually tweeted it out. One of the reasons I traded it, first of all, I saw that huge volume that came in right there on that bar. And then the next one followed, and I thought, man, something's going on. Obviously, CREX was really alive all day. So I took this at 311 and I sold some at 378 and at 433. And that was after hours. What a trade that was. I'm going to keep an eye on it. It has fallen off somewhat right now, but definitely going to keep an eye on it, see if it has any more oomph in it today. But what a trade that was. Now, guys, I'd be watching. There's 3 earnings plays that you might want to keep an eye on all day. EAT. Why EAT? Look at the gap. Look at the daily, the 200-day moving average is way up there. Look at the gap for EAT. Lots and lots of room is an earnings play. WW, Weight Watchers. The 200-day is getting a little closer, but it's still far enough away. There's Weight Watchers. So those are definitely two to watch. A lot of people will watching those. Well, certainly Weight Watchers. It's a known entity. EAT not quite as quite as well known, but certainly Weight Watchers. And the other one is Apron on the way down. Blue Apron on the way down. Look at this gap down right there. If it takes out this, well, it already is. If it takes out even more. Now there's the 200-day moving average, 732. That's about $2 away. That's far enough away. So definitely keep an eye on Apron on the way down. And what else is happening? LOV, the Sparks Network. LOV, little pop. Basically what they've done is they've pre-released their guidance, etc., revenues and guidance. They've pre-released this morning, so it's like an earnings play. It's a low float, 10 million in the float. Only issue I've got with it is the 200-day it's getting a little bit close. There it is at 547. Torc, T-O-R-C, is a merger agreement. So I don't really know how much more this is going to move. It's merging with a private company, forming a new entity. Rheology, RLGY, another one that, look at the gap, potential gap fill. There's a 200-day way up there, so that's not an issue at all. So keep an eye on Rheology. Look at the gap, guys. This is all, you start seeing gaps like this with a stock that's in play. You have to keep an eye on them for sure. IMMU. It's maybe not an all-time high, but I don't know where the resistance is. I'm going back to 2014, so who cares what happened before then? So this is taking all this out. IMMU. And you know what? Here is another one. They've priced. This is a financing. I didn't see the news, but now I see it. 14.7 million shares at $28.50 a share. So there's another one that is above the financing price. I'm going to just jot that down. 14.7 million shares at $28.50 a share. So we saw the other one yesterday. I'm just interested to see how it's going to trade today. AGLE financing at 475. You know, I mean, it's still holding. I mean, it's down a little bit, but it is still kind of holding. Though I really want to see if this is going to fade. The AGLE, there's no volume yet on it at all. And let's see. Might again want to keep an eye on Pfizer. This is a big one. Big float, $5.5 billion in the float. Of course, it's in the news. They're talking about, hopefully, we can all keep our fingers crossed, an accelerated vaccine. You know, instead of the 15 to 18 months, maybe sometime this year on a limited basis. That is what Pfizer said yesterday. CMRX is a gapping up. It's getting close to the, it's getting very, very close to the 200-day moving average though. 202, what is it, 202? So it's at 194, it is gapping up. I'm sure it's a virus play. Yes, it's a virus play. Halliburton, I mean, the oils, this energy sector is alive like most sectors. Halliburton, beautiful, big gap here. I mean, look at this gap, guys. There's a 200-day way up there. Look at the gap, the high looking left, so it's broken above. It's over that magic 10. So lots happening this morning. So I think I saw a question about the font size. I just wanted to get those. John R., can you hear me? Can you hear me and can you see my monitor? Make sure you can, before I answer you. You can't see? Okay, so you can't see. Any particular reason you don't want to see, or you just, yeah, you might have to do a refresh. Right beside the gear icon in the trading room, there's a refresh. Maybe that'll help. You'll be able to see. But let me see if I can walk you through it. If from the toolbar, the Trade Ideas toolbar, if you click on Tools, and then Options, and in the General section, right at the bottom, there's Fonts. And basically, there's where you can pick your font style and your font size. Okay, and then you just save it. And it'll affect all the windows. You can't sort of pick and choose, okay? Well, Jivo, yeah, you know, it's funny. I was really watching for Jivo yesterday. You know that I was really wanting to take this on a 120. And while I was watching it, that's when the Crex did its thing. So somebody asked for revenue growth fishing. I think somebody asked for the revenue growth fishing. I have it here. I can give it to you. I think I may have changed the time frame, but this is revenue growth fishing. Okay, John, so go to the, from the toolbar, click on Tools, and then Options from the toolbar, Tools, Options, and then you see where it says Fonts. So you can pick your font and your size. And it'll affect the entire, it'll affect everything, okay? I was saying you cannot say, okay, I want this one to be this font size, and it's going to affect everything, all right? And then just save. And make sure when you exit Trade Ideas today, you save, exit, or save your layout. So you'll save the change, or save the change. And yeah, Google, released after hours yesterday, or Alphabet. I'll never get used to calling them the Alphabet. Anyway, Google, big gap up. Look at this. I mean, $97, 7.9%. It is a $1,300 stock, but that's a big percentage move. So just a ton happening this morning. Again, Eat, Weight Watchers, and Apron. Apron on the way down. Weight Watchers on the way up. And Eat on the way up. Those are three, I think, pretty significant earnings plays today, as well as American Airlines. Not as enamored with American Airlines just because, you know, the industry it's in. I mean, yes, it's had this nice pop, and I know all the other airlines are moving. But I tend to think that maybe a false sense of security getting this one. But Eat and Weight Watchers, I mean, they're kind of going to trade a little more on their own, in my opinion. You have to wait for the market to open, Hootie. I don't, you know, I have no idea. I mean, all I can say is there's a huge gap for Eat. You know, I mean, there's a 200-day way up there, $36. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you just have to wait for the market to open. You know, I mean, right now, I mean, there's no pullback whatsoever, so you can't chase it. I should say it. You know, some people will chase, and you don't want to chase. I just don't chase stocks. The upgrades and downgrades, 916. Yeah, the only averages I really look at is a 200-day moving average, Parth. But that's just me, okay? I'm way more price action. All right, let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Not too many upgrades, not too many downgrades. I think I can get them all in fairly quickly. Yeah, CAPR is starting to ring in my ear also. Text to voice. We haven't had an open like this for a while. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. IMMU making a new high. All right, there are some of the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, so again, I typically don't take any trades in the first 15 minutes anyway. If you want my watch list up and down, then you start from the toolbar right up here. Just give me a second and move my window just a little bit more so it doesn't infringe on this monitor. Okay, so from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then My Windows, all right? And then you'll get these three windows plus a couple of charts. Remember, everything in here is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Your layout will be replaced. Again, it's okay as long as you've saved it to the cloud. So again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down and the repeating all day long, then just click on Barry's Windows, all right? My Windows. Now I see you guys talking about Mark, and I do admit that I saw something, I don't know why, but when I was on Twitter yesterday posting some stuff, I saw people talking about Mark. I have no idea why, other than the fact that it had obviously well, it didn't really go that much. I mean, it was from what, 40 to 47, so it wasn't that big a deal. Yeah, Ford had earnings. I didn't really talk about it. I mean, there are some I don't talk about. Ford had earnings. It's trying to come back. I mean, you read the release, it's just devastating. But I think Starbucks had earnings too, or they've released something. No, they haven't. And maybe it's not earnings, but I can't look at this. It's popped up. Could have sworn I read something about Starbucks. It's due to well, they've kind of released their same store sales down 10%. But who cares? Really, it's interesting. We don't have an earnings date for Starbucks. That's crazy. Unless I don't. Oh, there it is. Ah, before I scream and yell at our. Okay, here we go. Okay, something happened here. Here we go. Sam, is that you? From a long time ago? I mean, I know who you are. If you say yes, it is. I mean, I know. Yeah. Welcome back. They always come back. Just give me a moment here, please. Sorry about that. I did put myself on mute just for a second. Sorry about that. So I just want to just quickly go over some of the rules in the room. Not very many, but just a few. Obviously, stocks only tab is just for stocks. If you have anything off topic, it's off topic. If you have any tech questions, you can post them in there. Hopefully, if I can answer them, I'll send you to our tech support. All right. The only other thing is to make sure, the stocks are in capital letters, so we can really easily differentiate them. And as far as CAPR goes, I mean, wow. I mean, if you can believe the news, 100% survival rate, 100% survival rate with their drug, 100%. Never even 8.6 million in the float, so that's going to be incredibly active. Look at the volume that came in. Now, are there any other questions? Didn't I answer that? The indicators that I use, I only really use the 200-day moving average. Other than that, it's let me just move this here just a second. Other than that, it's I'm really just more about price and volume. It's not a recommendation. It's just kind of what I do. Look at it. IMMU, man, oh man. Meanwhile, guys, well, the market's not open yet, but Apron is really sinking here. I mean, this is there's only the support might be around 750 for Apron, and that's the 200-day moving average. So again, three really to watch: Apron on the way down, and EAT and Weight Watchers on the way up. Three earnings plays. I think that'll be probably active all day long. EAT has no resistance until there's the 200-day way up there, and Weight Watchers is kind of the same, a little bit closer, but not so far enough away. So Weight Watchers, EAT, and Apron, APRN. Not available in here. You have to pop it out. It's current volume is always, once you have the top list, then just put the volume. Well, you obviously haven't put the volume. Just have to add volume if it's not there. You pop it out, yeah, but this one I don't even know if it has volume, but you pop it out. You have to now you have to create your top list the way you want to see it. The price range. I mean, that's what I do, right? I mean, I create the price range I want. Here's my price range. That's my minimum volume. And here are the columns that I've got. So you have to create your top list how you want to see it. Leslie. Yeah, we have video and audio. Okay, guys, market's going to open in less than a minute. What an interesting day it's going to be. I mean, the big pop with the SPY at the beginning, starting to fade a little bit here, but we have the cruisers, the airlines, and those three earnings plays. But again, I'll be sitting out the first 15 more than likely. Okay, guys, we're open. Well, it's funny because the market was popping before. I guess they were anticipating GILD would have great news. All right, just let me get rid of these. I'm a little behind here. Just kind of. All right, guys, apron on the way down here. I mean, I may miss it because I'm just not going to chase it down, but wow. Blue apron. There. I mean, the only thing holding it back right now, or that could hold it up, is but $1.50 away, the 200-day moving average. And now look at the tankers falling. Net. And now CAPR falling. Give me a second here. I'm just making an adjustment in one of my windows. Now AMC in a big war with Universal, Comcast. Comcast wants to, sounds like they want to bypass theaters, maybe forever. No, guys, I mean, I just can't take them early. You know, I just, it's not in my DNA. So, but anyway, for those of you who don't mind taking the trades right off the bat, Weight Watchers. Now look at EAT, look what it did. Weight Watchers could have done the same thing. American Airlines still higher here on earnings and just the general optimism in the market, though the market is starting to fade a little bit here. Now look at net. What's Fro doing? I mean, these tankers probably are all just collapsing right now. Yeah. Man, I've been talking about Six Flags for a while. The recovery, look at the recovery here for Six Flags. Ah, talked about this as a potential swing trade right around here. This is an earnings play too. Didn't realize it. It's an earnings play. So, I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, you know, assuming we, you know, get back to some kind of normal, you know, a stock like this has just been completely beaten up. American Airlines continues higher here on earnings. And now, if you look at American Airlines, I mean, it looks like there's pretty tough resistance right around that 13 level. Another one, Cinemark, CNK on the move here. And I mean, look at this. Again, if this recovers, look at CNK. I mean, look at the gap. Look at the void, the gap, whatever you want to call it for CNK. These are all ideas, guys, for those of you who are looking for longer term holds. You know, I'm not saying to do it now. I'm not saying this is going to continue to fill this void, but you can see, I mean, it's on a weekly chart, it's taken all this out just today. So now, John, it does scan the Canadian markets too. Okay, I'm answering you in YouTube. Yeah, AMC halted again. A bit of a nasty spat with Comcast. If you saw the news this morning, Urge continues this recovery. Look at that! What a nice 3 days for ERJ. Very linked with Boeing. Another one, SYF, romping here at the beginning. SYF, not an earnings play. Another, I mean, look at these gaps, guys. I think this is probably not a U.S. company. No, it is a U.S. company. It just looks kind of weird on the, look at this break here on the weekly chart for SYF. Look at the room it's got. Airlines are still, look at Apron. I just could not chase it down. Blue Apron. Let's see if it, if this 200-day holds it up. Yeah, John, no, we don't do the, definitely not the Australian market. Cruisers and airlines. Cruisers and airlines. Will they hold their early gains? All right, another one, AES. It would have to do this. What I was hoping for Blue Apron was that it might just stall just a little bit before it started to just continue down, but just didn't happen. All right, this is an earnings play also. There's no volume at all in the pre-market really, LSCC, but it is starting to move, and you can see right there on the weekly chart. Okay, on the weekly chart, looks like a high of around 2179 takes that out, then it has a chance to get into this area. This could stall it though. 2175, that's not that far away. Apron is actually not shortable for me. I don't know if it was earlier, but it's not shortable for me anymore at Interactive Brokers. Okay, well, LSCC is taking that high out. Remember, I was just mentioning this high right there. LSCC is trying to take that high out. Okay, I'm a little bit interested in one of the AI alerts, the one that starts with the letter C. See, Mesa got halted, and now, so Mesa is another airline, got halted, resumed, now another halt for Mesa, MESA. Another high flyer, look at this, I mean, all the way up to 449, drops a dollar. SNDX yesterday, huge one yesterday, giving it up. Another airline, Azul. Or it's in the sector. How's Jets doing? Take a look at Jets. So there's the ETF for the airline industry. And cake, look at cake. Eats and cake. Or eat cake. WW means worth watching. All right, now look at Weight Watchers coming down. The big pop up, and now it's coming down. All right, keep an eye on Halliburton, HAL. HAL, kind of not exactly a red bar ignored, but keep an eye on Halliburton. There's is that the pre-market high? Yeah, the pre-market high is around 1045-ish. Obviously has a ton of room. It's a big float, 868 million in the float, but it's got a ton of room. It wants to keep going, see if it takes out the pre-market high. Another reason I don't like trading that first 15. I mean, look at this high flyer. I mean, all the way up to 523 drops. I mean, it could come back. Don't get me wrong; these can all come back, but they can be so whippy in the first 5 minutes, first 15 minutes. You pick the right one and it keeps going, great. But if you don't, another flyer in the morning, LOV, fizzling out now, LOV. They released preliminary numbers, LOV. It's not an earnings play exactly, but it's kind of an earnings play. Man, oh man, WW just really giving it up now. Look at that high of what, 28 almost? That's a... And look, I bet you the cruisers are coming down now. Okay, well, it's coming down from the high. I know NCLH, little bar down. Let's see what CCL is doing. SMA, 200 SMA. That's basically universal. I'm not saying nobody uses the 200 EMA, but I would say 99.9999% of the people out there are using the 200 SMA. So Real is talking about HDB as a potential fade. RSI greater than 90 as a potential fade. All right, Chef on the way up here. Chef, look at that, man. Look at all these big gaps. A lot of charts are going to look like this. So this one, it's got a little bit of room to that. The highs on the, what are the highs right there? 1425. Yeah, it's got some room. The MLCO was very active yesterday, up, down. Look, I mean, it got as high as this, up to 1662. Closed down here. Okay, almost 945. See what triggers in here. Nothing will happen until at least 945 in these two windows. I'm not saying something will happen right at 945, but Okay, EAT. Yes, EAT is a little better than Weight Watchers. I mean, it did have that bottoming tail, but it looks like it is trying to hold. So keep an eye on EAT as it's settling down a little bit. This is an earnings play. EAT. So CMRX, guys. I mean, look. I mean, if it can take this out, it's got some room. But there it is, 202. It's right at the 200-day moving average for. So the Fro, this whole sector seems to be just diving now. Chef, look at Chef. Wow. Just continues here. Low float, 25 million in the float. Well, look, I mean, if it gets, I'm going to stick an alert. I mean, it may not happen today, but if it happens tomorrow, right there at 1445, stick a price alert right there. You can see if it takes out 1445. I mean, it's got a ton of room. Yeah, I don't get this enthusiasm for Mark. I know it had a big day yesterday. I mean, the volume was unbelievable. But I mean, all it did, it went from 40 to 50. I mean, it's a nice percentage move, but there's a 200-day above it too. I don't understand. I did see some posts in Twitter about Mark, but okay, EAT continues, guys. New high. Airlines are still alive and kicking. How's that ETF doing? Jets? It's kind of pulled back a little bit. This is the ETF for the airline industry. Okay, so there's EAT, 2476. So it just popped in here. I'm not auto trading these. I'm going to do what I did yesterday, kind of watch them as a watch list. Trade them off the watch list as opposed to auto trading the entries. All right, so things have settled down just a little bit here. You guys, there goes EAT. Making a new high. A little bit spready, but it's making a new high. All right, take a look at, RYAM, very cheap one, fairly big float for a cheap stock, 48 million in the float. Takes out right here. What's the high right there on the daily chart? Well, it's 144, so it's above that high right now. It's above yesterday's high, of course. So this has room. Let me take a look at that weekly. 151. Yeah, so I mean, there on the weekly chart, it just has to really clear that 151. And this could have some room to go, guys. RYAM. Look at that weekly chart. High is 151 about, 6 weeks ago? And after that, 177. So a little bit choppy. Man, if you could ever clear all this, then you've got a lot of room. Then, well, Crex, what are crazy trade for me at the end of the day. So here's my dirty little secret, guys. People ask me all the time, why do you shut the room down at 3? You know, why don't you keep going? One of the reasons is, I mean, I still have a lot of work I have to do afterwards. You know, once the market closes, I have about another hour, hour and a half. So it's a long day. But the other reason is I can kind of do some stuff on my own. I don't have to check the room for questions and all. So I can kind of do some trading on my own. And that's really another reason why I do shut it down. Otherwise, I just, you know, I'm just tugged in too many directions. And I know somebody could say, well, just leave the room open. I can't do it. You know, I have to keep watching, so. Well, if this EAT takes out 25, it's a bit of a psychological barrier. EAT to take out 25. All right, so the market after a 3-bar pullback that started right at 9 o'clock, now putting in a green bar right there on the 15-minute chart. I know that some of you are following this UAVS, an aerial system, so I obviously in the right sector. There's the high, looking left on that weekly chart, 159, probably a low float, 8.5, and it's actually an earnings play too. Didn't realize that. It's an earnings play, so this is interesting. Very low float, 8 million in the float, huge volume right now, earnings play. It's in the right sector. Yeah, I typically don't look at anything under $1, but so it's taken out the high of 2 days ago, which is 104. All right, for me, I might take this one, but I want it to get up to about 110. Clear that one. Still has a lot of room looking left. CALX on the move here. Are you an earnings play? Yes, you're an earnings play also. Tons of earnings plays, guys. CALX released after hours yesterday. And look at this. I mean, this is now, it's not an all-time high or anything, but you check that monthly right there, 1081. It's way above that. I'm back to 2014. As I say, who cares? Shoot, that was a red bar ignored too, right at 1120. That would have been a good to have seen that one around 1120 for CALX. Is this Red Robin? Yeah, Red Robin. So, you know, these food companies, restaurants, okay, guys, I'm in it. I got in it. 111. I'm going to see. I might be trading it out, though. I don't quite trust them, but. And I'm talking about the UAVS. Wow, that's was all over the place. I'll get it in there. I have to watch this. I can't take the time to post it yet. UAVS. Just watching to see if I can get it. I briefly saw like a bid of about 124, briefly. All right, quickly get this in here. So I've missed the, you know, the one I wanted. I was looking at lots, too much happen. Well, not too much, but lot is happening. I mentioned the Holly one that I was interested in, starting with the letter C. So it is starting to run now. We get a pop into the 120s. Oh, APRN is coming back. Okay, so it's a new high. You know, not a new pre-market high, but it is bouncing. APRN looks like that. Well, it didn't get really that close to the 200-day. Close, fairly close, but not. What did it get to? Got to 836. So about 80 cents away from the 200-day moving average. Just checking some of these early ones. Just waiting to see if UAVS can have a pop here. If not, I'm going to get out. I'm just waiting on it, guys. I'm just having to watch this bid ask. I want to get some. I know I saw it flash into the 20s. I thought I'd miss it completely, but then it came right back. When I say miss it, I was trying to. I would have sold. Oh, lots and lots of action on it. Just watching the time and sales on this is just lots and lots of activity. Sorry guys, I'm just really watching the UAVS. Come on. All right, guys, I just have to do this. I took some out at 121 from 111. You know, nice percentage increase. I probably have too many, so I don't want to screw this up. So all right, let's put 130. Let's see if we can get up to 130 on it. I just increase it by pennies. I just play around with this, okay, guys? I'm just having fun. I put these price alerts on. Okay, guys, this is another earnings play. FireEye, F-E-Y-E. Another earnings play. One moment, please. Oh, sorry. Yes, doggone it. Sorry about that. I'm on mute. So yeah, I just. All right. Well, guys, I just got rid of some more. I'm basically out of this play right now. Okay, I'm out of the play right now. Got a 131-ish. 131, I think, was my last. So that's it for me. Get my levels here. All right, well, that was a bit of a rush. Meanwhile, TBIO on the way down here. Is this shortable? Yes, it is. TBIO on the way down. You know, guys, keep an eye on EAT. EAT is that earnings play. It's resting a little bit here. You know, if it takes out, it tried to take out 25, didn't quite do it. It takes out 25, it could still have a run in it. It has a ton of room. You know, there's, well, there you go. As I speak, there it goes. Well, unfortunately, I couldn't get it. I was posting all that, and I put the price alert in, and it just went too quickly for me. Wow, LSCC just continues here on earnings. Definitely some whippiness. Take a look at NCLH, Norwegian. All the way down to 14 something, back up to 15. A little bit of whippiness. I'm not a great pullback player. You know, where I believe it or not, where I would consider it is breaking out the high. You know, from a pattern. I don't mean just, but I'm not a great pullback player. Okay, BKU on the way down. What sort of support does it have? Pretty decent support around 18. Low over here is around 1863. Too bad. This is a nice breakdown for BKU, especially on the fives. All right, guys, I'm getting interested now in the RYAM. It did take out the 150. Only, yeah, that's the high. Next high looking left is about 165. Okay, now there's a bit of a red bar forming here. There was a little pullback that started in the pre-market, and the 945. But this is a pretty decent looking red bar. If it takes us out down here, we may be in for a bit of a more of a market fade. So be aware of your longs. Look how whippy Weight Watchers has been, guys. How hard, I mean, look at this. Big pop up. Looked like it was just going to keep ripping higher. Drops all the way down here. Couple of touches at 24.78. And then starting to come back. Okay, well, MPC. So what is energy doing right now? Just basing, I'm just looking at MPC, energy play. All right, so this is quite the pullback. I have an alert set. I know it's way up there, but there's a three-bar pullback on the fives for CALX. It is an earnings play. Well, let's see. If I put an alert at the high there, 1140, maybe. I think that's kind of how to play the three-bar pullback. Takes out the high of that last red candle. This was a red bar ignored way back here. Well, okay, there it is, taking out the high of that red candle for CALX. Bit of a spread, 6-cent spread. Man, this LSCC, this was the sleeper earnings play. I mean, I did see it in the pre-market, just had absolutely no volume really. And then once the market opened, look what happened. LSCC, and it really, you know what? I mean, it wasn't that whippy at all. Look at that 5-minute chart. I mean, hardly any, like the littlest pullback right there. And again, Red Robin, RRGB, the restaurants are definitely hot today. We've got Eat and Cake and RRGB. Okay, one moment, please. Doggone it, I put myself on mute. I'm so sorry. Can't remember why I had myself on mute. So, what I was saying is welcome to the room. Probably a lot of new people in the room today. So, this is the format Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. This is not a special day. This is the way it's been since October of 2015. It is a free room. So if you're not a Trade Ideas subscriber, you can ask me questions about the program. You're in the Trade Ideas. Some people don't know where they are. Say, where am I? Well, you're in the Trade Ideas trading room. And I was just upset with myself because I wanted to get this RYAM at 155 and I missed my entry because I was kind of talking a little bit tugged. But again, this is not a room in which I'm going to tell you what to buy and sell all day long. Certainly, I'm doing a lot of different things, so I can't concentrate 100% on trading my account. But like the early one, the UAVS, kind of outlined what I was looking at. I was saying if I get that bid at 110, I'm going to take this trade. So, that's what happened. But I'm not going to say, okay, guys, take this trade. And also, you have to manage the exits on your own. I get out areas where I like. Wow, LSCC. The stunner of the day, as far as I'm concerned, because it's an earnings play, and it really didn't have that much action in the pre-market. I did see it, but thought, no, there's no volume. Stunner in that hardly any pullback. A lot of them, will have some big pullbacks and then continue. This is just really just a nice move. Chris, was I on mute when I was explaining surf mode? Hopefully I wasn't. I was on mute. Okay. It's quite a while ago then. Okay, so surf mode, what it does is, if I turn it on, basically it'll go through all the top list windows that I have. It'll load the top 3 symbols in every top list window. Top 3 symbols in the way in which I've sorted them. So for instance, this is how I've sorted this pharmaceutical preparation, position in the day's range. But if I sorted it on change from the close, you can see there would be 3 different symbols, okay? So it goes through the top 3 symbols, and then it moves on to the next top list window. And over again, it basically cycles through them all. Okay, and that's how it works. It doesn't go to alert windows at all. Well, I have it on now. I obviously while I'm I don't have it on when I'm not trading. It's a cool feature. If you get you want to just sort of kick back and not click on symbols, you just let the system load those symbols for you. You see something you like, you can hop on it. Tupperware, by the way, is an earnings play. TUP is an earnings play. And hopping on it meaning that if you click on something in the top list window, it stops surfing. And you can take a look at the chart. Or the other way you can do this, if I go to the chart, if I'm on the chart right now, it'll pause the surfing. So you can take a look, examine the chart a little bit more. You want to trade it? Great. I mean, look at this Amarin, guys. I mean, I know I've been talking about this one for a few days. I mean, just look if it takes this out. I mean, look at the gap here. And then so this is just a toggle on and off. So you can stop it also by just clicking on a symbol. Wow. Well, you know what? CAPR, I guess, is not dead. CAPR obviously not dead, guys. It had the big pullback from the pre-market highs. Got up to $7. Went and almost got down to half of it. You know, which is a really big pullback. So their claim, but in a very incredibly low sample size, 100% survival, 19 patients. Okay, somebody said 6 patients, but anyway, 19 patients. Pretty low sample size. All right, yeah, keep an eye on CURO. This is from the watch list. The watch list is, you know, these three have been okay. HAL hasn't moved. I think MPC dropped. That's coming back a little bit, so. How I trade gappers? Well, I don't know if I can explain it. I mean, it's just, you know, the UAVS obviously was a big gapper. I mean, I sort of outlined what I was looking at. You know, I don't trade these super cheap ones that often, you know, so for me it had to break $1. And I basically said I wanted to see how well it was going to hold over $1. And $1.10, I want to see it far enough away from the whole number, so that's what got me into it. $1.11 when I saw the bid at $9, $10. That's when I started getting interested, and that's when I took it. So I mean, that's that one. There's no one method, Hector. That's the question I had in the YouTube room. How do I trade gappers? Look at ELVT. So there's a 200-day way up here. This is not an earnings play. ELVT. Not a super low float, but certainly not a large way. FEYE guys on the way down. This is an earnings play. Only issue I have with it, looks like there's pretty decent support right around where it is, 1050. So this you know, we'll have to see if this is going to bounce off that support. Especially if the market continues a little high to move. Very nice reel, yes. I know you talked about that one earlier. I just couldn't, you know, just being tugged so many directions here. I know you talked about that as a fade, HDB, very nice. Meanwhile, our RGB, so there's another interesting look here. I mean, again, over the whole number. There's the 200 days, still far enough away. All right, I'm definitely watching. Now, let's see on the Curo. What sort of room does it have? It has a ton of room, guys. I mean, how I play gappers, Hector, also. I mean, I'm always looking left on that weekly chart, daily chart to see what sort of room there is. You know, the more room it has, when I say room, you know, the ability to perhaps fill in this void, this gap, the room, that's when I, you know, get very interested. Well, this is just running away now. Will it take out the pre-market high? Low float, 8.6 million in the float. I mean, obviously an eye-catching press release. All right, guys, I didn't get what all I wanted though. I got into the Kuro, guys. Didn't get all I wanted. It just popped a little too much for me. In at 1037. I was waiting to see that break. So 1037 for the Kuro. I just didn't get all I wanted. Shoot. The only problem, I just didn't get how much I wanted. It just went right through. Now don't talk to me about hotkeys. I wouldn't have got it. All right, well, guys. And you know how I trade. So I'm out some of this now because I don't like what's happening here. Another one, CMRX. Sugar. So much is happening. Remember, I was talking about this one. See how well it could get through the 200-day moving average. So it is through. 202, it is through the 200-day moving average. I mean, look what it was doing right around there. Try to put my levels here for when I do my video. That's close enough. Whew, so I'm out some of that at, what was it, 1055, sorry. That's a right, no, 1052, sorry. CMRX is racing away from me. What a day. Look at the just tremendous, well, a lot of them anyway, trend plays. And this was the AI, I'll tell you right now, there's the AI one I wanted. I just, again, too many distractions for me. Oh, you know what? I didn't even realize that this was an AI alert also, Kuro. Meanwhile, eat a new high. One moment, please. Had to get rid of a layer of clothing. I'm just heating up so much. Okay, Kuro, come on. What a day. Meanwhile, ALKS on the way down. It is an earnings play. ALKS, an earnings play. Looks like there could be some support around 14. ALKS. Well, Weight Watchers has come back, but it is right. Sorry. Well, I didn't get as many shares as I wanted, but now I wasn't sure how much it was going to run, but now it's starting to run. And that's Curo, CURO. PBFX, another one. Let's see, what are you doing? 1017. Not an earnings play. Look at the room it's got. PBFX, pipeline transportation. So obviously very tied to the energy sector. All right, guys, so this is how I like to organize my watch list. You notice you're only going to see the symbol one time in the up and the down, all right? Only one time. You see the original, you see the price and the time of the alert and the price. Then you can kind of go back and see. Here it's the repeating version. You'll see as a stock makes a new high or a new low, you'll see it over and over and again in this repeating version. But this is why I like to organize it like this, because sometimes, I might miss the original alert. How far has it gone? So 24.76, obviously about $1. Curo, I mean, what can you say? 1030, gets as high as 1082. Rayonier, 150, got as high as 168. Halliburton, I don't know if it moved. Oh, see, now Halliburton is right back to the alert price. MPC, I don't think, MPC is actually soaring off that 30.35. The PBFX, 1017. So this is why I like to organize it like this. So you can keep an eye. You can have this watch list. You can have the watch list. Just click on New, Channel Bar. Not there. Sorry, New, Channel Bar, and My Windows right there. And you'll have these three. Remember, everything here is a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you load my layout or anything else from the channel bar. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. It'll replace the layout you have, which again is okay as long as you have saved your layout before. And it is now 10:38. So again, welcome to the trading room. Quite a morning so far. And this is classic, guys, because we're really at the beginning of earnings season. About 500 companies releasing this week, about 1,000 next week probably, and the week after about 1,500. So we will see a lot of earnings. Now, I know a lot of people will focus on the Googles and the Facebooks and the Amazons and all that. But what happens is you get these sleepers like an LSCC, which has its day. This doesn't trade very much probably, typically, but it has its day when it has earnings. It's a little bit of a cheaper play. And that's what's so cool about earnings season. So, welcome to the room. This room is open Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. I also, in the YouTube feed is concurrent to this. People, if you're in the YouTube feed, you can see my screen, you can hear me. Just not as much interaction with traders. This is the trading room. We got a lot of action in the trading room. I can do more. I can share my scans. I can do more in the trading room. So, but the YouTube feed is fine if all you care about is listening to me and seeing the screen. And I'm the moderator in the YouTube feed from 9 to noon, and then one of the other traders takes over from 12 to 1, and then I resume from 1 to 3. Meanwhile, Halliburton, guys, I mean, I just can't keep up. I mean, there's just so much happening. Halliburton from remember I was saying if it takes out that 1041 area, so now it's starting to run a bit. Now, I have no thoughts on, I don't even attempt to figure out what might happen to Facebook or anything after hours. Sorry, MU. I don't play earnings at all. I don't hold anything through earnings. Wow, mentioned ZYXI. And see, here's another classic. I mean, this is obviously something that most people don't know is ZYXI, but it has earnings. And it's having its, as I call it, it's having its day. Its day in the sun. 16 million in the float. Look at EAT. I mean, man, oh man, EAT. All right, if you have trade ideas, I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you click on the scans tab, here are all the scans, and I've added a couple of them. Okay, basically what I've done is I've separated. Where is it now? I have separated the pre-market actives into up and down. Okay, and I've also added the high counts. Okay, I've added those two scans. So here they all are. If you want to look at them at your leisure, you can click on the Room Drive icon, scans that I share, download. And they'll go to a Word document. The links I'm going to talk about, download. And they'll go to a Word document. The links, which I'll talk about right now, things like all of our training. I'm going to talk about Brokerage Plus and the AI in a bit. But first, our training. So that training takes place in the YouTube feed from noon to 1 every day, Monday to Friday. The webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Today is Wednesday. This is the one that I attend, helping out. It's a Q&A with Brad and Dan, co-founders of Trade Ideas or partners in Trade Ideas. Never know what the correct term is. These webinars, they are all archived, so you can take a look at them later on. Mentioned before, there's no beta now. We're on the latest production beta, or production version, which was the beta yesterday, so it is now the latest production version. Please, I really encourage you to use our single stock window. Lots of information that you can have at a glance, plus that similar tab, which I'm going to go over. All right, so when you click on that, when you click on the download, you'll be brought to the download, and now there is no beta. Okay, this is the production version. I do a daily video. It'll be a fun one today. A daily video between 1:50 and 1:45 every day. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Test drive. Who could not want to take part in the test drive? You're in this room right now. This will be, in fact, we'll still have a lot of earnings plays, but the test drive starts on May the 11th. You click on that link, and actually I'll pop the link in. A lot of people are wanting the link for the test drive, so I will pop that link in the YouTube feed and also in the trading room. It's not auto update. No, you have to do it. It's not auto update, Jeff. Eat. All right, let me keep going on these links. So let me explain what the test drive is all about. So the test drive starts May the 11th to May 22nd. That is 10 trading days. If you can start on the 11th and finish on the 22nd, you'll get 10 full trading days with our premium service. Okay, it'll cost you $8.99. And we do this 4 times a year. We do not have free trials. That's probably the number one asked question. We do not have free trials, but this is about as close as you're going to get. So sign up for it. And for, again, if you can afford $8.99, it's a great deal. The room will be like this. We'll have all the training still. So if you are a standard subscriber and you've wanted to try our premium service, you can do the same. It'll still cost the $8.99. So we'll upgrade you to our premium service for those 10 trading days. And the other question we get a lot is what happens when it's over? We don't put you into a subscription. When it's over, it's over. We'll have a nice promo code for you if you want to take out a subscription. And if you're standard, we'll go back to standard. But again, if you want to keep yourself at premium, we'll have a promo code for you. Okay? So there's nothing for you to do. CALX, guys. This one was an early one. It had the pullback. This could get rolling now. It is an earnings play. So that is the test drive. And the other thing is, again, if you sign up right now, basically what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So please do not inundate our poor support people with questions like, how come I don't have data now? It doesn't start until the 11th, okay? So just read it. It doesn't start until the 11th. If you click on the subscriptions tab, at the bottom, you'll see 4 ebooks. The bottom 3 are swing trading setups. And there is, the top one is a take on earnings season. These are all developed by Trade Ideas. These are not third parties, and they are all free. I do have a Twitter account at @bbruin44, stocks only. I don't talk about anything else. Talked about the download. Now, if you just can't wait and you want to take out a subscription right now, I do have a promo code for you, Barry4Alpha, all in capital letters, except for the numeric 4, of course. Instant 15% savings, 15% savings off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. This is how much it costs. There is a subscription link. And I'll pop this into the room. Yeah, I think what happens is we don't do automatic. We get this question a lot. We don't do. Wow, look at CAPR, CSTM, just so much happening. I'm glad he took that early trade and one other. CAPR, wow. So this news is really catching the attention, whether you believe it or not. I mean, it's a very small sample size. There's the pre-market high of 706, low float, 8.6 million in the float. So I believe if you click on account, it may, or help account, it may, if you do it every day, it may show you that there's another version available. We don't do an automatic update though. Let me just find out for sure. See, I'm always aware, of course, of development versions, so I'm always upgrading. Okay, so let me keep going here. So we talked, I want to talk about the subscriptions. How much is it? So if you click on the subscriptions tab and then you click on the subscriptions link right there. So here's how much Trade Ideas will cost you. Basically you have 4 plans. We have a premium yearly and a standard yearly. The premium yearly is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. What a day. Look at CAPR. Is it taken out the pre-market high yet? The standard yearly is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Okay, the big difference is the AI, Holly, and also if you did want to auto trade anything, you need our premium service. You don't, of course, have to start off with an annual plan or even the premium. You can try us out for a month. Standard monthly, $118 less the 15%. The premium, $228 less the 15%. Now that 15% is only, the discount's only good for the first month, but I know I stopped. I'm just getting an answer. Okay, I'll answer the question about how to find out if there's a new version in just a second. So the promo, the discount's only good for the first month, but if you decide that you want to upgrade and you do it within 30 days of taking out a subscription, we will honor the promo code, the 15%, okay? I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus now. But first, just a second here. I think what I've been told is that new would be green if there's a new version available. Okay, thank you. Okay, so if that new there is green, and let me ask if that for the beta 2, just a second. Give me a second here. I'm just getting an answer on this. CAPR, guys, is just taking out the pre-market high now. Wow. I mean, that's really interesting. I mean, look at the pullback it had. It had 708 in the pre-market, almost cut in half. Yeah, Julio, I don't understand. I'm sorry. Can you hear me? I don't understand what you mean. I understand what you mean. If there's a new production version, this will be green. New will be green. I get that, but I don't understand. Depends on option setting if green for beta or production or both. I don't understand what you mean by that. If you can hear me. All right, guys, I'm going to have to keep going here. Let's see if Julio answers me. Julio's development in trade ideas. I'm just trying to... Ah, okay. Okay, I guess if you click on new, it would say upgrade now. If there's an upgrade available, okay? Thank you, Julio. Thank you. Now I understand. Okay, so let me talk now about the AI and Brokerage Plus. Okay, thank you, Julio. So again, so new is new green even if you don't if you have a new version, would it be green even if you don't click on it? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, it is green. I see what you've got there. So new would be green, then you click on it and then it would say upgrade now. Okay. So there you go, guys. That's real. So just if new is green, then you know there's another version available for you. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. All right, guys, let me talk about the AI and Brokerage Plus. So basically what happens is this. Boy, I'm missing a lot of trades here. SM, what a move, I think, for SM also. Little one, it's another earnings play. I mean, this is what I'm trying to say, guys. Some of these little earnings plays that, really don't have any following whatsoever. But the day they release earnings, I mean, look at SM right here. Look at the daily chart, 244. It's at 254. I mean, this could easily have a second day continuation of earnings. Now, it depends what energy does. I mean, it's an energy play. The energy sector does, but you can just sort of see that it's taken all this out now, all that messiness. If it can continue, then it can start to fill this gap. So that's why I'm saying, I mean, I know when people look at earnings, they're, well, when's Facebook, when's Google, when's Amazon, when's Microsoft, when's, on and on and on. I'm not saying that's wrong, but to me, the more interesting ones are these more obscure ones because they can have really big percentage moves. Apron was an earnings play. See, Apron is an earnings. It'll release earnings pre-market. All right, guys. So I was going to go over the AI. So this is basically what happens. Wait for the market to close today, so it has access to the latest data. And we have approximately, and these are being revamped, but I'll go through my spiel anyway. We have about 50 baseline strategies. What does that mean? So when the market is closed, then the AI takes a look at every one of the strategies. It looks at maybe makes adjustments to the filter values, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, runs through an optimization procedure for each strategy. Hard enough to do one. Impossible, of course, for humans to do 50. So once that optimization procedure is done, tomorrow you then will be presented with the strategies that made the cut. The ones that make the cut typically have a win percentage of at least 60 and a profit factor of at least 2. Okay? Now, as I say every day, I don't care what strategies make the cut. All I care about are the alerts we get from them. And this is, so if you have the AI, okay, and you're on the latest version of Trade Ideas, this is what I would do. Click on New and AI/Holly. Okay, guys, well, this is back. I'm out of it completely, but this is back. UAVS, as I say, I'm not a great pullback player, but this is back and a new high for the day. UAVS, this was my early trade. Where was I? All right, so if you click on New and AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, you'll have this window pop up. And again, if you don't see Strategy Trades all, then please download the latest version. Then you'll see all of the alerts in one window. And then it's mapped out for you. I mean, I don't believe in auto trading any of this stuff, but there it is. There's the entry and there's a stop. Manage the trades. Okay, it's like this, you don't have to do anything. They just automatically appear, and it's a great watch list for the day. So that's what the AI is all about. Now, this is Brokerage Plus. I could have probably auto traded my entries today, but look at Simple, guys. I think this is Simple is not an earnings call, sorry, but it's another, snacks, food. Food is hot today. So this is what Brokerage Plus looks like. This is basically in its very simple form is an order entry screen. If you click on New from the toolbar and click on Brokerage Plus, this is what will appear, and this is only available in the app, okay, not in the web-based version. So this will load, this screen will load. You'll probably have some columns already. If you right click on one of the columns and then click on columns, you'll see all of the columns that you can have. These tabs you see up here, click on New from Brokerage Plus, and here are the tabs that you can have. This is an important tab if you want to create your own strategies, okay? And let me show you how you can use Brokerage Plus. In its simplest way to use Brokerage Plus, if you click on an alert, the symbol will load here. You can click how many shares or pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell, and if you're going long, you buy. Okay, these are hotkeys. Flatten gets you out of a position. Half gets you out of half your position. Double your position. Or reverse. You were long, now you want to go short, or vice versa. That's in the absolute simplest way to use it. PSTI, remember that high flyer? This is on the way down. Man, this was up to 13 something, 1330 about 4 days ago. So that's in the simplest way to use it. Now, the other thing is you can use Brokerage Plus in two ways. Now, what I demonstrate all day long is simulated trading. You can connect it if you want to trade your live account, your like real money. You have to have an Interactive Brokers account, and then you can connect it to your Interactive Brokers account, and then you can use it to trade it. All right. I have checked on the simulated trading, so that's what I demonstrate all day long. I'll start to take some trades. And everything I'm saying until I tell you that you need premium is part of our standard service. So the manual way, as I said, now this is what I would encourage you to try, especially in the simulator. You can set up what we call one-click trading. So let's just say you like PBFX, you like the chart, so you go back, you right-click and hover over trade, and this box will pop up. And this is what we call one-click trading. You can set up your own buying and shorting options. Okay, now I'm not talking options. I'm talking just different ways in which you can use it, how you can trade. This is one-click trading. You just pick how you want to trade it. Click on it, and it'll trade it. So how do you set these up? You click on strategies, and right-click. You see all these. That was from here. Okay, that's why these all appear here. So you right click, new trading strategies, give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? Now I'm going to show you what I use. You can fill in all this information here, as much information as you want in these tabs. I'm going to show you what I do for using the buy button on the chart. Now, if you don't have that buy button on the chart, please download the latest version of Trade Ideas. So what you do is, first of all, you create a strategy. Remember I said, new trading strategy. So this was created. Yeah, HTZ, wow. Imagine. Hertz going bankrupt. Yeah, Joseph, it's got nothing to do, IB is universal. It doesn't matter where I'm in Canada, it doesn't matter. IB is IB, okay? Just answering a question somebody asked, will it connect to IB Canada? So, I created a strategy called Chart Long $100 Risk. And this is these are the order details that I gave it, or the strategy that I gave. Now, I have no entry time. If I showed you the watch list up, you would see the slider was at 9:45, and it would not look at any trades until 9:45. Order details and risk management work hand in hand, okay? I would encourage you to get the idea of when you get into a trade, you have to say to yourself, okay, if this trade goes against me, look at HTZ. Wow. When you get into a trade, you have to say to yourself, okay, if this trade goes against me, how much am I prepared to lose? You know, not every trade is going to work, obviously. So what I've done here in the simulator is I've said, okay, I will risk $100 a trade. Now, how much you risk a trade per trade is going to be, should have obviously a correlation to your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. And so you should try to keep it real, you know, even when you're paper trading, simulated trading, to, you know, kind of something that has a correlation to your account size. Risk management. I am using, this is now available to everybody, the VWAP stop. It's a custom, well, it's available to everybody now, but it's a proprietary stop. You know, it's based on a lot of math. Okay, I'll just say a lot of math, and so you can stop loss. This is a drop-down menu. Click on filter, and then you just have to find it, the VWAP stop. Now you don't have to use it. You can use our smart stop if you want. But, you know, I would try that VWAP stop. That's what I've been using. I don't put a hold time, but if you want to put a hold time, in other words, you want to get out of a trade automatically, you can do it, but I don't put a hold time. You can also swing trade. You know, you can hold it longer. You know, if I went market open and then 5 days at the open or at the close, you know, you pick how you want to, if you do want to swing trade it. Now, in the risk management, I don't put targets, but, you know, just to demonstrate how you can. In the target, I use dollars and an offset of 50 cents. That means if I get into a trade and it starts to work and I just let it automatically do its thing, then it would take me out 50 cents above where I got in. Okay? So let me show you, and I'll answer Ryan, I'll answer you. Let me show you then how I use the buy button to place a trade. So just left click on the chart, Ryan, to make sure it's the active chart, and then just start typing. Type M, you know, as an example, just start typing. This change symbol box should pop up. You click on change or hit return in your keybar and on the keyboard. That's in the app. Okay? Now, how you can use the buy button on your chart. So the first thing you have to do is you have to take, it's the full version, not the light version, Dave, okay, not IB Light. So the first thing you have to do is you have to designate one of your long strategies as the way in which you want to trade using the buy button on the chart. So I've chosen this one, makes sense, I've named it, Chart Long $100 Risk, that's just the name I gave it. And you right click and you just check default chart long strategy. Okay. Of course, I have to be connected to simulated trading. So that means now if I click on the buy button, it'll use these rules. It'll use these rules to take the trade. A risk of $100, a stop at using the VWAP stop. Okay. So let me say if I take a trade, now you can do a few things with this buy button also. I mean, let's just say for argument's sake, you can take the trade immediately. In other words, drop it right to the current price. Or you could say, you know what, I want to take it on a pullback. Maybe if I got back down to 537, I want to take it there. So you'll see how you can just, you know, when you click on the buy button, you just move your mouse down and then you release it. You know, you'll see the lines drawn. Or you could say, you know what, I want to take it at the high of the day. So there are different ways in which you can use that buy button. So what I call conditional trades, higher than the current price, or say on a pullback. So let's just take a trade. Let me see one if there's something that's could be a little bit interesting. So let's just say I want to take this trade. say the top of that candle right there. So I click on the buy button and I drop it right at the high of that buy button right there. So it's hard, maybe a little bit hard to see. It's kind of a little bit jumbled. Let me see if I can. Yeah, it's a little bit jumbled. It'll take the trade at 25.51. I'm sorry, I've got these other lines there. See if I can get rid of that line. There we go. Ah, it took out the stop. I don't know why it did that. Maybe I accidentally reduced the stop too. Let me get out of that. I'm sorry. I don't know why I took out the stop when I got rid of that other line. So I'm going to, so if I don't want to do that, I can just go to the orders and cancel the orders. Cancel it, okay? So I just canceled everything. So let me try that again. Okay. So again, a little hard to see, but it will take the trade at 25.55 right at the top of that candle. And if I took that trade at 25.55, it would get me out at 24.70. I think what I want to do is I want to take a trade immediately. So let me just get rid of that. So let me try to find another one. QFIN, let's take a look at QFIN. Okay, let's take the trade. Now, I probably wouldn't do it because there is the 200-day moving average right up there, 906. But again, just for demonstration purposes, I'm going to take this trade right now. And now I see it's just below the price, 877. It's at 8. There, it took the trade, okay? So it took the trade. QFIN took the trade. 878. There's my stop. So if I take the difference between the entry and the stop, I multiply by 645, I'm going to get approximately, I mean, it's within 2 cents, I'm going to get approximately $100. Remember how this is, the strategy is designed so that if I allow myself to get stopped out, I should only lose $100. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. If I multiply 645, that's why the share size is automatically calculated for you. Just take the entry minus the stop, multiply by 645. It's all done automatically, and that'll give me $100. Now, at this point, and there is the target. You know, I put a 50-cent, what I call it's very artificial in my opinion, but people want to know, can you put targets? So yes, you can. So I've put a target right up here. So if I allow this to happen, you know, and the trade started working for me and it got up to this area, it would take me out for a $319 gain. Now, on the chart itself, right now, let's say I could always move the stop up. Let's say I wanted to move the stop up to the bottom of that candle. Okay, so I've just moved the stop up right in the chart. So at this point, you know, if it moved down to the bottom of that candle, I'd only lose $74. Also, I mean, if it started getting close to the target, I could, of course, move the target. So very, very simple to do right on the chart. And again, everything I've said is part of our standard service. And you can use it either to simulated trading, paper trading, or connecting to an IB account and using it to trade your real money. Welcome to the room, Willie, and also you, Eeg. Welcome to the room. And get Chuli, I think you're probably new also. All right, now here's where you would need our premium service. You can set up, if you wanted to auto trade, say you create an alert window and you wanted to auto trade, say these entries, which I was doing earlier. Last week I decided just to sort of try to maybe more manually trade them, but go ahead and ask the question. I'm watching. So if you did want to auto trade, what you would do is you go to your strategies and then you turn them on. You know, you pick the strategies that you want to auto trade. This is just, see how it says strategy off? So you would just click on it and turn it on. Now it says on. Okay, so if you did want to auto trade, an alert window, you could do it with My Windows or an alert window that you create, then that's how you would do it. You turn the strategies on. For that, you need our premium service. If you wanted to auto trade the AI, you need our premium service. Plus, you'd have to buy Brokerage Plus. It's a one-time licensing fee for $1,100 minus whatever appropriate discount. One-time licensing fee meaning that if you decide you want to stop a Trade ID subscription for whatever reason, and then you come back, then Brokerage Plus is still waiting there for you. You don't have to buy it again. Now, if you're new to trading, I forget certainly about auto trading. Okay, so that, if you have any questions about all that, can you screen for a stock that is going up for at least $2 to $15 every day? You mean ahead of time? Or after the fact? Let me see if I can understand your question. So, okay, so I always do this. I ask two questions. Are you talking about screening it ahead of time for a stock that's going to go up 2 to 15? No. If we could do that, Gachuli, then, I'm not trying to make light of it, but we'd all be on my Tahitian island. And I'd be entertaining everybody for the end of time. It's impossible. You cannot predict stocks that are going to go up ahead of time. No, the book tour that'd be boring. It's impossible to predict ahead of time that a stock is going to go up $2 to $15. I mean, there's no crystal ball like that. All right, guys. So let me see what's happening now that I can take a look at some of the things that are trading. Okay, one moment, please. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what's wrong with me. How long have I been on mute? You know what happened? So I'm sorry, guys. I did not put this on mute. This automatically. So did we lose the screen sharing too? Sorry about that, but that just, for whatever reason, it just clicked off. Did we lose the screen sharing? It says we have screen sharing. So did that disappear too for a bit? Okay. All right. So somebody asked me about the time frames. I don't know. Maybe I was on mute then when I was explaining the time frames. I was on mute. Okay. So if you're still around, you asked me okay, so that's a 5-minute chart. That's a 15-minute chart, the daily chart, the weekly chart, and the monthly chart. So why I have these big time frames is I always want to look left. When I get an alert, typically the stock is near the high of the day or right at the high, or if I'm looking to go short, it's at the low of the day. So this will tell me what sort of pattern it's coming from. I don't want to chase something that's just, going straight up, but I'm always then looking left. How much more room does it have? Should be showing Halliburton, HAL. So I always want to see, okay, if I'm going to take this trade, even if it's from a good pattern here, how much room does it have? And well, obviously you can see Halliburton's got a ton of room. Like a lot of the energy stocks, they've been beaten up horribly. So, when I say room, I'm talking about, look at this whole area. There's no chart. Imagine if this were here. See this area right there? If this were right above here, that could be resistance. Okay? So that's why I have these time frames, these big time frames. I want to see stocks that have a lot of room that could potentially keep moving. Doesn't mean they're going to. A lot of other reasons why a stock can stop, of course, but I just want to take one of the ways in which, of course, a stock can stop moving higher is because of chart resistance. So I try to eliminate that from the equation. Okay, so that simulated trade that I took for QFIN starting to work a little bit here. Obviously, maybe 9 is going to be tough. There's the 200-day moving average, 907. I mean, I only took this trade as just to demonstrate. I think that 907 probably is tough, so I will flatten out of this trade right now. So I got out of the trade. If you're new to trading, I don't use a lot of technical indicators, but one of the ones that is more or less universally used is what's called the 200-day moving average. And you'll see many, many, many times a stock will start to approach that, and it'll just get stopped in its tracks. Okay, one moment, please. Now, QFIN look, if it takes out that 200-day moving average, I mean, this could still be an interesting play. It is not an earnings play. QFI, where are they? Consumer lending, so finance. So through all that, guys, I'm all out of the Kuro, but you know, on that little move down. Now it's looking a little bit strong again. Halliburton is still looking pretty strong, HAL. So Rafiq, did you, maybe I was on mute, so I answered the question. Right now, only Interactive Brokers that it connects to, okay? If you want to use Brokerage Plus, but this is what I was saying. You don't need Brokerage Plus to trade. I mean, we have again, I don't know if I was on mute, so I apologize. I'm just going to go over this again. So we have from the toolbar tools, external linking, we can set up a link with many brokerage platforms. Setting up a link basically just eliminates the step of having to type in, you know, as you click on an alert, to type it into the order entry. It doesn't trade it automatically. It's got nothing to do with that. It just saves you the step of having to type it in all day long. So, you know, I'm connected to Interactive Brokers, but we connect to many brokerage platforms. Can you do that with a lot of brokers, or is that unique for trade ideas? I'm not sure I know what you mean. I mean, the external linking. Well, again, right now, Brokerage Plus only works with Interactive Brokers. So right now, I mean, we want to add more brokers, but right now it only works with Interactive Brokers. Okay, backwards from what I'm asking. Okay, I don't understand what you're asking then. If you're talking about linking, I mean, okay. Whoa. Well, it depends what you mean. If you want to use Brokerage Plus, we can only use it with Interactive Brokers right now. If you want to use Brokerage Plus, but this is what I was trying to say. If you don't, you don't have to use Brokerage Plus to trade. We do connect tools, external linking. We do connect to other brokerage platforms using our linking tool. It's just that you cannot use this if you want to, you know, like I was talking about setting up one-click trading and all that. Oh yeah, Brokerage Plus will be absolutely available during the test. Everything. The only thing that will not be available during the test drive is auto trading the AI. Okay, which we don't really recommend anyway. Oh yeah, there are other platforms you can use. It's just that you cannot use them. You can still use, oh yes, you can absolutely. The AI will be, yes. So you could, you know, set up the one-click trading and all this sort of stuff. You could, if you wanted to, auto trade your own strategies, okay? You set up your own strategies. You can auto trade your own. All right, so if somebody is in the YouTube room and saying there's an echo, I want to find out for you guys in the trading room, are you experiencing an echo when I'm talking? Are you experiencing an echo? Okay. All right, no echo. So Rafiq, I don't know why you're getting an echo. You're not in both rooms, are you? You're just in the one? Because if you're in both rooms, there would be because I think there's a slight delay in the YouTube. So you would get an echo. Okay, so Julio is saying no echo. So it's got to be on your end, Rafiq. Okay, thank you. Thank you guys for answering. Okay, yeah. So you cannot be in both rooms. Well, then if you're in both rooms, oh, Fly Guy, if you cannot be in both rooms because there's this slight delay, I think, in the YouTube feed for the echo for the audio. So I mean, if you're in both rooms, you'll probably have an echo. Well, you will have an echo. Just mute one. You want to be in both rooms, just mute one of them. I mean, there's really no reason to be in both rooms. I mean, if you're in this room right now, then that's, stay there. You don't have to be in the YouTube room. There's no reason to be in the YouTube room. Yeah. YouTube room is great. If you just want to hear me and see my screen, it's great. Just not quite as much interactiveness with the traders, and I just can't do the same. I can't harder for me to share links and all that. All right, so that's why it should be in this room. A lot of other traders, more active traders in this room. But again, there's nothing wrong with the YouTube room, which I'll be getting out of in about 20 minutes or so. Well, there's no echo. There's no echo in the YouTube room as long as you don't have both rooms open. That's all. Meanwhile, what's happening now? All right. A little talk about my watch list and how things make my watch list. Now, the watch list is constructed at the end of every day. So what you're seeing here from my watch list, and you can access these windows from New, Channel Bar, and My Windows right there. Now, okay? Now remember, I know I say I nag at you guys, but I'm going to get one person saying, hey, what happened to my layout? So when you click on anything in a channel bar, it's a layout. So make sure before you do that you save your layout to the cloud, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So when you click on this, something here, it's going to replace your layout. Again, no issue as long as you saved it to the cloud, so you won't lose your layout. But if you've constructed a layout and you've painstakingly constructed one and you haven't saved it, you will be awfully ticked off if you click on something here and your layout disappears. So you can click on my windows and then you can follow my all day long. All right. You'll see nothing in this window until at least 9:45. This will start immediately when the market opens. And why are we seeing these stocks? So what I do once the market closes today, these are the symbols from my big watch list that I constructed that have triggered from the watch list. In the watch list, there might be, 30 stocks. Now, I don't want them all to trigger. What I try to do is give you a manageable number of stocks to look at every day, especially if you're a new trader. So you don't have to, sure, I click on a lot of symbols all day long, and if you're a new trader, you're probably going, oh man, what am I supposed to do? So this is what I'm trying to do, is give everybody, and myself included, to be honest, just a manageable number of stocks that I can look at all day long and follow. That's why it's a watch list. So these are the stocks that have triggered from the watch list. They've met the filter requirements. Once the market closes today, I will go through every stock that is in the watch list, not just the ones that triggered, and I'll load them one by one and check to see on the daily, monthly, and weekly chart, do they still have room? Room meaning, look at all the room this one has as an example on the weekly and the monthly and the daily chart. So assuming this doesn't collapse by the end of the day, this stock will probably make the watch list for tomorrow also. So there will be stocks on today's current watch list, which I'll carry over tomorrow. Plus I have several scans that I use after hours that I look at, which will create new stocks to add to the watch list. And then tomorrow all I have to do is load and then just wait for the alerts to happen. D-Man, I have no idea. It's been ongoing. Had the issue. Well, a couple things happened with E-Trade. They got bought by Morgan Stanley just before we were almost. I think we were hoping in the first quarter that we'd have E-Trade on board, but they got by Morgan Stanley. I can't remember when, just before the virus hit, and then the virus hit, and so everything's been kind of on hold. Eat Now is through that VWAP, I guess. Rio was talking about the VWAP at 24.69, so it is now through it. What's the market doing? The market is flattening out. Well, I'm just about ready for my break. Well, the VWAP is the V. Are you talking about the VWAP stop? Oh yeah, the VWAP stop. Yes. So and it'll change all day long. So when you click on the alert, that is the VWAP stop. But it'll because it's based on a lot of different factors that change all day long. So I'll guarantee that EAT VWAP stop at 41 cents now was completely different when it was up here. All right, guys, give me a couple of minutes. Okay, I'll be back at 11:45. Okay, I am now back. All right, miso. Larissa mentioning miso. Yeah, it is trying. Look at the volume coming in. Look at the volume coming into miso. This is one, I have to admit, for me, a bit of a disappointment. I thought a couple of days ago, this has had the big, well, sorry, not a couple of days ago, that's 3 days ago. I thought the next day, instead of this happening, I thought it might start to get into this area, but it did not, and it kept dropping 2 days. Trying to come back. Again, very, very, very small sample size, with their press release. This is a virus play. I don't know if they've upped, if it is still, basically what they said is, I believe what they said was, whatever drug they've got, people, as you probably are aware if you've been following it, people who unfortunately have to be intubated, the mortality rate was very high. And I think like 75%, something to that effect. And I think what they said was they had something like a 90% success rating. But I mean, on with their drug on intubated patients. But it was a very, very small sample size. Not unlike, no, that you're mixing them up. It wasn't miso. You're mixing up the CAPR. CAPR is the one you're talking about. Now, miso is a little bit different. Okay, so why it's showing? So this is, and this is all available if you're a Trader Day subscriber or you're new. Okay, so what this is showing Cody making new low after new low after new low up until 11:43. Okay, so you can see right there it got down. I'm sorry, not that's that's the time 5:29. So you see it got all the way down to 5:29 and then it's bounced. Now, if Cody got below 5:29 again, you would see it would show up again as an example. This is really showing that Cody was making a new low, new low, new low, really hammering that point home, as opposed to Zixi at this point. It was making a new high here, a new high here at this time. Okay, this is what I call a very basic new highs and lows window with some filters in place. I mean, you don't want to see every single stock that makes a new high or new low. So what you can do in Trade Ideas, excuse me, you can create your own kind of trading options. In other words, I like to see stocks between 1 and 30. The current volume is 3, which what that means is it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum of 300,000 shares. I want to see stocks that are up at least 3% or down 3%. And this is a little trick. You don't want to see ETFs. You just want to see stocks, and you put this earnings filter in, and just put like 0.01 and minus 0.01 in the min and max, because only stocks have earnings. So you won't see ETFs if you use that. And then the count. I want to see a minimum of, again, stocks making at least 30 new highs or 30 new lows. Look at Love as an example. So Love on the way down. So obviously this is how I've configured it. You of course could say, hey, I want a different price range, or I want a different minimum volume, or whatever it is. So that is available, Sindar. Now I've added it to right here, the basic new highs and lows. If you click on scans, and you just have to find it, basic new highs and lows, there it is. Or you can click up here, scans that I share and download, it'll go to a Word document. Okay, so all the scans I'm sharing, you can click on scans right there. Okay, so a high float, it depends on the types of stocks that you're trading. All right. Now, for me, a high float would be, you know, well, okay, let's go look at a low float. But if you're used to trading, if a person is used to trading Facebook with 2.5 billion shares in the float, if that's the sort of stock that a person is used to trading, they'll look at 100 million shares in the float as being a low float situation. So it is all kind of relative. But in this room, I consider anything under 20 million, 20 million and under, a low float. And the lower that float, the better if a stock is in play. So what do I mean by that? So if you look at the CAPR, so 8.6 million in the float is very, very low. When a stock is in play meaning for whatever reason, people want to buy this stock. So they had a press release this morning, got everybody excited. The float is the supply of stock. Okay, that's how much available stock there is to trade. So if you have, no, Ryan, it's gonna drive me crazy. So if you've got a very low supply, and the lower that number, the better, and a high demand, it's like anything else on earth. The price will go up. I don't know if I'll use my house analogy. Shall I use are there any hands up for my house analogy? All right, I'll use my house analogy. Okay. No, sorry, Tom. There are people that are new, so I think this kind of explains it fairly well. So let's just say you live in a cul-de-sac and there are 100 homes in the cul-de-sac and you live there and you want to sell your home. All right? You're the only one in the cul-de-sac that wants to sell your home. And you list it for $500,000. For whatever reason, your cul-de-sac has become the most favorable cul-de-sac in the country. Okay? And so instead of just getting one or two people interested in your home, you've got 20 or 30 people interested in your home. It's only the one home that's available. So the supply, of course, is your one home, and the demand are those 20 or 30 people that want your home. What's going to happen? So you've listed it for 500,000. So somebody comes, I'll give you 550. Another person says, I'll give you 600. I'll give you 750. I'll give you $1 million. You see what happens? It's a bidding war. That's basically, so the float is like the one home. Very, very low supply. And the demand is, for whatever reason, people want to live in your cul-de-sac. Now, the flip. You're in your 100-home cul-de-sac, and you want to sell, but so do 10 others. And you're all listing for 500,000. There's only one person who wants to buy. So you're going, man, I got to sell this home. So take your price, and I'll drop it to 450. Your neighbor drops it to 400. Your other neighbor drops it to 350. On and on and on. Okay, so that's what also that's the reverse. Okay, so that's kind of what that's kind of the idea. So a low float of a stock and high demand is what causes these crazy price actions. This up $4, up 173%. No, not when it's, well, a low float if it's not in demand. But I mean, look, it's traded 91 million. So it's traded 91 million shares. The float is 8 million. So what we're talking about, it's traded the float approximately 11 times, maybe 10 to 11 times. Okay? It's turned it over. Well, the float, I mean, we have float. We have float information. There's the float right there in the single stock window. The float, 8.6. Now, this is, these are all filters that, this is what I like to see. I mean, you can add, here are all the filters that you can add. All the information you can add. I mean, what I like to see is here. So there's the float. You can also add, we have a float filter. So you can add the float to all these columns. Here's the short float. Here's the float itself. Then these are customs that I created. And the short float percent is also another one. So here is Here is the best possible scenario. I don't know if we have one that I can show. Look at QFIN, guys. Remember I was saying, keep an eye on that, not that 908. That's the 200-day moving average. See if I can find one. Okay, help me. Somebody find a low float and a high short float percent for me. If you have one that you're aware of. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, so thank you, Keith. So there's Red Robin, all right? It's a low float, 12.8 million. That's a low float. Look at the short float percent, 42%. So what that means is, of the float, 42% is short. These are people all betting that the stock is going to go down. So what happens is, for whatever reason, today the stock is in favor. It's a restaurant. I guess hopefully restaurants are going to be opening. Just a second, please. I just dropped something that I need. Give me a moment here. Okay, so if you get a situation where you have a low float and a high short float percent, and a stock is in play, for whatever reason, the stock is in favor and people want it. If you're short this stock, and again, if you don't understand the concept, basically you're betting, if you're short a stock, you're betting that it's going down, just the reverse of being long. Go long, you want it to go up. If you're short the stock, you want it to go down. What happens is, it's exactly the same thing. If you're long a stock and it goes down, at some point you're going to get rid of it. It's turning into a loss. So the same thing, if you're short a stock and it starts going up, it's turning into a loss for you. So what happens is you get what's called a lot of, maybe a squeeze or a lot of short covering. People getting out of the position because they can't handle it anymore. So to get out of the position, they have to buy the stock. So it's sort of fueling. These people are buying, plus new people are buying just because, they're not short, they're just buying because they like what they see. So it's kind of fueling it. Well, that's the absolute ideal, a high short float percent, a low float, and a stock in play. Man, 11:56. Who's on today? Okay, Michael, do you want to start now? I'll stop right now. I need a break. I've been talking nonstop for about 3 hours, it seems. Can you hear me, Michael? Okay, Michael, so I'm going to stop right now. Just going to. Okay, Michael, so I'm going to stop right now. Just going to.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. So, if let me switch over here, if someone can let me know if they hear me and how the sound is and all of that type of stuff, that would be great. I think everything's coming through okay, though. Hey, Mike, how's it going? Both. Good, good, good. Okay. So, again, if anyone is new here, essentially what we're doing is we like to open up an hour to anybody with any questions about trade ideas or trading or whatever. And we send in a different one of the traders on Trade Ideas staff each day. So you get a little bit of a different voice. And we give Barry a much deserved hour off. So I will be with you guys today. Again, if you don't know who I am, name's Michael Bonpara on Twitter and YouTube. I basically take care of a lot of the kind of quantitative stuff. I build a lot of the algorithms for Holly, kind of make tweaks in the back end to see if I can improve her in any way, right? Study different automated trading tools and everything like that, as well as an auto trader myself. So I'm a kind of algo trader by nature. So that's not to mean that I just purely quantitative. I study charts, technical analysis. I'm about to become a CMT. I hope, if everything goes well at the December tests. So yeah, my trading philosophy is kind of find something with a statistical advantage and then apply your technical eye to it. And those combinations of those two things, for me anyway, are kind of the best. I don't know what that's doing there. Oh, I put that there. So yeah, this is, I guess, more or less how I kind of like to trade the AI. Here's an example here where I'm looking for, we had the alert and then we've based for a while and we pulled back. Instead of putting our stop kind of all the way down here, I think, if it breaks over here and then comes and stops out a little bit after that, then we can push down. And so I just think that's a much tighter stop. Where can you follow me? Let me just put some shameless self-plugging. So there's Twitter. And here is my YouTube. And again, I'm mostly going over, automated style systems, combining technical analysis with statistics and auto trading in order to try to make a combination of two. My problem when I was learning to trade was kind of over trading. Let's see, and just using my technical eye to kind of boredom trading was the big thing, right? Trying to say, okay, well, I think I can do better than this, and sitting there for long periods of time, I would almost make up trades that I thought were good ideas. So what I did to kind of curb that was got really deep into the statistical side of things and said, okay, well, I'll only take something that both has a statistical edge that I can prove and that on top of that has some sort of technical edge. So the combination of the two helped me filter out a lot of trades, and that's kind of where my turning point as a trader kind of started. Which is great that I kind of stumbled across Trade Ideas as a tool so many, many years ago, because I just love the ability to go in and just be able to run a back test here. Delete this. I don't know what that is. Yeah, and that you can use this tool just to backtest kind of any idea that you can think of and program into the system. You can just say, okay, well, I have this theory. Is it a good theory or a bad one? And easiest way to tell is just to plug it into the backtester and see if the equity line points up or if it points down. It's taking a bit to run here. So again, we have a full hour here of any type of question that you could possibly imagine. So think of trading questions, trade ideas related questions. You guys want to, shoot the shit about the markets. Any of that, any and all of that is on the table here. That's good to treat it like a job. I just a little comment there. That's the best way to go is to. And there, so that's that back test finally run. But it's how you have to do it, right? Too many people treat this as a gambling thing or something like that, and it's not what it is. This is a job or a career like anything else. It's just, more, you're your own boss, right? So you can get yourself in trouble real easily with that. So it's good that you've got that philosophy. How does the do not repeat setting in work? I have it set for 1 minute and I get 11 alerts. So the do not repeat is for a symbol by symbol basis, right? So if I only wanted to see CMRX once, actually, let me get my pen out here. Just find it easier to, when I can annotate. But yeah, so the do not repeat is for a symbol by symbol basis. So if I just wanted this CMRX, which you can see I have in this list here, and you can see the trades that I had here today. If I only wanted this to come up once a day, I just wanted to see one symbol per day, then I'll use the do not repeat. But it's not for the amount of alerts you get, it's the amount of alerts per that symbol basis. So if you wanted to say, do not repeat for 1 minute, that's fine. Then you'll basically only see a symbol per minute. If you only want to see one symbol a day, you can do that as well. It's kind of entirely up to you. Alex, do you want to send in your file and we'll see? And they were from the same alert, and meaning the same, you didn't have like 5 or 6 alerts like I have here. You only have one new high thing, and you're not seeing that in history. You're seeing that in real time, because the do not repeat won't work for history. But you can see if you go through, right, CMRX, there was one here this minute, and the next one was a few minutes later. Right, there's this one, and then a minute and 7 seconds later, it waits till this one, and then it waited another minute and 30 seconds till this one, and then 3 minutes to this one. So it seems like it's working fine. It looks like it's probably just a setting that you have. Because, yeah, this is a pretty common tool used by all of our subs. So it's probably just a setting thing we got to figure out for you, which we will. It's no problem. What type of monitors do you suggest? It's entirely up to you and what you're trading. My setup, my tech setup, is I've got a 15-inch MacBook Pro and a 37 or 42-inch, they call it an ultra-wide monitor. So it's, let's see if I can actually, maybe I can find the picture. Yeah, it's called an ultra-wide monitor, which is essentially just 2 monitors taped together. I'm not a 18 monitor type of dude, because I use Trade Ideas as a tool, right? So I don't need all the screen real estate in the world. End up more often than not anyway complaining about that. See if I do this right. They basically say they're missing trades and all of this just because basically there it is. They missed fills, they missed all of this because it doesn't matter how many monitors you have, you only have two eyes. So this is more or less what my setup looks like from my home office. So I've got MacBook Pro just plugged into one of these ultra wide monitors, iPad down there as well, that if you have a Mac you can use an iPad as a secondary monitor. So I put stuff on that. But for me, it's pretty simple where it's, this monitor over here is kind of my main work monitor, right? This is where I'll put, this is what you guys are seeing right now. Oh, I think this is off screen. Sorry. Move it over there. Well, don't thanks for the explanation. This is what we do. This is why we're here. Whatever questions you guys have. So this is kind of like a main monitor where, I'm working on the algorithms, I'm working on Holly, I'm working on all that. Over here is where a lot of my personal trading is, swing trading. And then if I switch, it's kind of hard to show you, but there's these things called virtual desktops where I've got two on this monitor for two different accounts. One's the day trading account, one's a swing. But since I don't really actively enter trades myself, I let the robot enter them and then I manage them. I don't really need, to be that insanely quick and close to everything. So, and again, standing desk. Highly recommend a sit-stand desk if you're there all day long. I hacked mine a bit where I just bought the legs from our Amazon for cheap and then bought a tabletop for IKEA. And then we went from there. My favorite type of alert. That's a very long answer to a question, but it really is just, what is it you're trying to trade? My trading plan would be different from your trading plan, would be different from someone else's trading plan. So what I do a lot of is back testing long-term signals, and then I put them in my liked list. So if you see everything that goes through here, this heart's highlighted. That means it's in my liked list. And then I built this thing that kind of says, show me when it's breaking resistance, show me when it's making new highs, opening range breaks. So what I do is I scan at night and I say, okay, I'm going to put all the symbols in there at night that I think are interesting. And then I have this up to watch. But, it's important to note that I am an auto trader, right? So I build algorithms like this one, and I have those traded for me. So I will test my theory of my trading theory against all of the alerts and kind of see what comes out. You can see this one has a low win rate, but a great risk reward. Needs some tweaking. Did too much trading in this period and then not enough recently. So my favorite alerts are just whatever fit that particular trading plan at that particular time. It changes as the market does. What's the difference between Holly, Omni, Neo, etc.? That's a pretty easy one. So if we go over here, we go to the Omni channel. So the Omni channel is the easiest to describe because it simply is showing you all of the AI, all three of them. So you can just, right, this is your view to check out everything that's going on. This, right, all of these are kind of a combined, and same up here is like a combined of Holly that day. Now, if we go into individually, and my may look a little bit different. I'm not too sure. I'm on a different server while I test some Holly backend improvements, which I hope to have to you guys soon, which will be very exciting. Holly AI is kind of our original. We call her the old girl affectionately. And essentially what she's doing is she's looking for she takes 70 algos that we build and optimizes them daily and presents you guys with the top however many made the cut. So today there was 2 that made the cut for the original Neo, and you can see it's a little bit over 50-50 win rate here, which is good. 4 trades? We've got, what's exactly a 50-50 win rate? So that's fine. And then 2.0 is essentially the same kind of things, but a little bit more of a playground, a little bit more of a test database. So 2.0 is basically showing us the same algorithms that Holly's showing us, but when it's doing its back-end optimization, it does them in a little riskier basis. 2.0 is going to receive an update soon. I'm working on it. We've talked about making it a AI for under $20 stocks only, because there's a lot of people out there that like those. Let me get a new trade in here. I'm currently testing that in the back end. I need to make it better for you guys before I'm comfortable giving it to you. It's, I run another series of Hollies, you could say, in parallel with the other ones. And then I try to make improvements to my theories until they start beating the current AIs, and then they get kind of pushed in. So that leaves us to Neo, and Neo is kind of my brainchild of the ground up. So what Neo does is scraps the back end optimization, where she's not really too interested in the 70 different algorithms and optimizing those. It has these 4 base algos, which it optimizes each night. And essentially the theory behind it is it looks for stocks that are doing insane normal volume. So everything Neo looks at will most likely be in the news or a gapper, because it uses we'll pause this here. Oh, I gotta pause. It uses this thing here where we call relative volume, which basically just looks at what volume is today versus what it was normally in that day. So right now, as of noon Eastern, this CURO is doing 4 times the volume that it's done previously up until noon Eastern, if that makes sense. So that's what Neo is really focusing on, is these really high volume, kind of crazy mover type of stocks. So that's kind of the difference between them. We're going to make Neo and Grail a little bit more distinct as well. We're just trying to figure out the best way to do that. Please give me an idea how you trade AI as a beginner. So one of the easiest ways to trade it, if you are not auto trading, if you want to trade it yourself, what I like to do is I like to look at things like MRC here, for example. And this is just my own way to do it. You may come up with a better way, kind of hope you do. But my theory basically being that Holly has found some edge in this MRC. All of the AI trades start with a signal test, which simply says if a signal test basically just says, here's the entry of the algo, and does it close higher or lower than it opens from that position, right? With no risk management attack. Just, is there edge in this? And then after that, it builds a trading plan around them. So basically everything that you see coming through the AI, you can say, okay, this has a statistical edge in some way. There's a better chance that MRC closes above 562 than under 562, which is great. And just knowing that is great. But then what I do anyway is I kind of take that and say, okay, well, I want to add some technical analysis to it. So you could look at MRC and you could say, okay, well, we have a kind of an ascending trend line triangle going on here. Right? We've got some clear resistance up here, and we've got some clear support up there, and then just build a trading plan around that. You may say, okay, well, I'm going to buy, I've got a sim. Let me just, do this and make sure I'm connected to a sim, and we can do this live. So what I would do is I would watch MRC, and then if it breaks through 580, you may just go and say, okay, I'm going to buy some here, or you may set a stop limit alert, or you can use our buy and sell buttons that are up here on the chart and just kind of click there and say, okay, I'm going to buy it if it gets above this resistance, and I'm going to put my stop, it's just down under that swing low right there. And you can see that now you've taken the statistical analysis that's come from Holly, and then you've added your own kind of technical eye to it, and away we go. So that's one way to do it. Another way to do it is if you're trading it full auto, is just to kind of let it go full auto and then manage the exits yourself, right? You may take something like AG NCP, or you may take CEIX, right? And have Holly enter them for you automatically. And then you say, okay, well, I'm going to start trailing my stop up, maybe below moving average or a candle reversal or something, and start selling as the stock moves, and kind of build your own exit plan around Holly's entry plan, which is something we see a lot of people do with good success. But again, just like anything, you have to build a plan, and then you have to sit and you have to test the plan, and that's not fun. Right? That's not the sexy part of trading. The sexy part of trading is just hitting buttons and making money. But, the important part of trading is that plan building, right? How do I build a plan? How do I, make sure that plan makes sense? That type of thing. Post-market VWAP scanner for upside action. Have not tried making one. Our VWAP does not work in post-market right now, would be the problem. You have to be, I can send you over something, Mike, but there's a list of things that will work pre-market and post-market. Some filters do, like relative volume doesn't work pre-market. Some other ones do. And for me, my problem is I can't backtest the pre and the post market. And if I can't backtest it, like my kind of fundamental trading rules are to stay away from it. That being said, more and more of my trader buds are trading pre-market, and they're trading after hours, and that's it. And they're actually finding better success. They like to say it's because the algos aren't there. I would say it's probably somewhat true. Maybe the illiquidity for professional traders of the pre and the post market's good. I would highly suggest new traders, which I know you're not. I would highly suggest new traders be very, very careful, because things like stop orders don't work in the pre and post market. So you have to be really careful. You can get in a lot of trouble if you just kind of hit a button. Or put out a stop that you think is going to work in the pre-market and walk away. So, another question, and again, keep these questions coming. We love it when we do these, and I give this speech every time, but everyone you see up here at noon is, they're a trader for some or most of their income, and then do something else with inside of Trade Ideas, right? I do the algorithm stuff. Steve and Andy do a lot of the educational stuff. Sean does a lot of business dev stuff. So we love it when we can just come in here and ask questions, because from market open until noon, we're trading, we're doing the other things that we do for Trade Ideas. So we're not really that prepared. So don't be afraid to ask questions. It's, we love it. It really fills the time. But yeah, the question is, do I use hotkeys? I personally don't, because I don't enter things. So again, my personal trading demon that took forever to get over was basically FOMO about trades. It was, I want to make sure that I never miss a trade. I did the thing that a lot of people do where you say, okay, I want to make 200 grand a year, so I have to make 20K ish a month, and then I got to do this a day and blah blah blah. And I would look at my account and say, well, you haven't made a trade yet today. Keep scanning. And I'd go through and I'd scan until my brain kind of would fool me into saying, yeah, just take this one. And you can tell they never work when you just are taking a suboptimal trade. So again, how I got around that was I built automated systems, and I do my scanning at night, and then I plug those into Brokerage Plus. So the things that I found at night are traded for me throughout the day based off the criteria I put in. So I build a list at night, I feed that into Brokerage Plus, I say trade that tomorrow, and I just sit back and I wait for the trades to come to me, and then I manage them myself. So things like hotkeys and speed, and this is also back to the monitor conversation. As soon as I'm done here today and at 1 every day, I pull my MacBook off that little stand you saw, and I go sit in the backyard or in the kitchen or, somewhere to change up the scenery. But I don't need all of that extra space because Trade Ideas does so much of the work for me, and I'm just kind of keeping my eye on it to see if, everything kind of made sense from there. And, managing the trade as they go. But again, this is my personal philosophy there. But good question, though. Is there a good way to get an alert on a stock that made 2 to 3 strong 5-minute moves and slowed down and went sideways on smaller bars? So like a bull flag, basically. Yeah, no problem, Rob. We love the question, so keep them coming. So basically, you're looking for like a bull flag scanner. One way you could do that fairly easily is look at the geometric patterns we have some of. So we have triangles and we have rectangles, double tops, double bottoms. You can put these into the position and range filters, and you can do that. We also just have channel. Well, they're not under geometric, they're under all. So you can do these channel breakouts. Let me grab something here and show you. Move this over, and I want to pull out. Let me show you just a little strategy here that we're working on. There it is. So this one uses this channel breakout type of strategy. So you can see here, it just triggered 128 my time. So right here. So it looked at this thing that pushed up and then made a channel and is breaking down. And the way it says that is by using this position and range filter, which essentially what position and range does, let me do a little drawing, is we look at this, say this is the day's candle. Trade Ideas kind of parses it and says 0 is down here, and then 100% is up here. So then, of course, 50% would be right in the middle. So you can actually, using this position and range, you can say, so this one just did one here. In that position and range filter, I was able to kind of build a bit of a flag type of pattern. So if we wanted to, and for people who don't know, I can configure this, and at any point you can just hit flip, and Trade Ideas is smart enough that it will flip most of the relevant alerts and filters for you. So it won't flip like price and it won't flip volume, but it will flip the position range, and it will flip the alert. So if I click flip, you can see these pop up. Oh, where'd it go? There it is. So RRR, right? You can see it just broke out of this channel right here after making a little strong push up there. So this is, I would take those two alerts, and that's kind of a good place to start. And then you can see, all right, is this something that I'm interested in? Is, do I want it to, where do I want to tweak it? Right? This one just broke. So let's looking at this channel here. After this kind of move up, I could make it even higher and say I want it to be a channel like right at the high of the day, and go through and maybe just say 99.80. So we're making it right back to my example. If this is the candle for the day, 80 to 99 on a percentage basis would be like right up here. So I want it to happen right near the high of the day, and we'll see what happens. Now today it's going to look a bit weird because the whole market here, if you bring this in, but the whole market's just been grinding up. So it may not be the best day for an alert like that, but you can see this one is just peeking its head over this resistance area here after a big long base and a strong push up. So, you can see very quickly how it's made this kind of channel. And again, it's easy to do on this day. You'd want to test this scan on a down day or something just to see if it makes a little bit more sense. All right. So again, guys, keep those questions coming. I see there's a fair amount in here. Questions about trading, trade ideas, myself. I don't know, whatever you guys want. Is it true change from the open does not work after the market closes? The value is represented from open to close. I believe the value is open from open to close. Most recent close and expected open. So yeah, so your expected open formula, that may be the problem with that. Expected open is going to be basically in the pre-market, it will be pre-market movements, and then in the after that it will be kind of post-market type of thing. Just 1 second, guys. I lost my MacBook, just went blank there. I don't know why. Give me 1 second. Oh, there we go. Duh. I hit a hotkey that said hide all my windows and then got scared when I hit all my windows. Do we keep track of how well each AI strategy performed? We don't share the strategy basis, and the reason we don't is because the strategies change every day, right? The what am I looking at? Tailwind that you see today is different from the tailwind that you see tomorrow, which is different from the tailwind you'll see the next day, because of the fact that it's auto optimizing every single night. So we don't share, and we don't really pay too much close attention to the individual strategies because, some of them, they change every night, right? So what we're looking at now is going to be different from what we're looking at later. So what we do is we focus on the entire AI performance, and I can bring in, I think, so year to date, just off the top of my head, 2.0 is up 5%. AI, the Holy Grail, is up 2.9. Neo's up 1.8 or so, I believe. But really, the percentage basis is not as important as how you are trading them, right? This is a tool to be traded. So really, we hope that people are going to be using the tool way better than even the system is already doing. Do you use stop VWAP as a stop exactly or lower? I get stopped too early. That's something you got to play with in your individual strategy, right? You could let me back test. I don't know. Let me back test this, see how it goes, and then you can use the back tester or use your own trading and go through and test different stop loss metrics. So one thing that's important to note with stop loss is you have to adjust them based off of market environments. A stop loss that works in a very calm market is not something that will work in an incredibly active market. So if you find you're getting stopped too often, then you need to look at widening that stop, keeping in mind that that's going to skew your risk reward parameter. So it's always a balance, right? The tighter your stop loss, the greater your risk reward, but the lower your win rate will be. And then the wider the stop loss, the higher your win rate will be, the lower your risk reward will be. So it's taking that balance, but then it's also kind of encompassing human psychology into that as well. I know someone who's a fantastic trader who has a 30% win rate. And he just, when he's right, he's really right. And, that's okay for him. That would drive me absolutely batty. I think I'm on an experimental server right now, just testing a few things. This might be what's causing this issue. Let me just refresh that. So yeah, you have to adjust that, and it has to be adjusted per trading strategy. Like a new high a day type of strategy may do well with a VWAP stop. It may not. If you're doing a revision to the mean strategy, VWAP may not work as a filter. Again, nothing will work all the time, but I'm more of one where I like to use something like percentage of ATR or something like that makes a little bit more sense to me. And that's just because it will adapt based off of how the stock moves. If the stock is a dead stock, then I want to use a percentage of ATR of that stock because I know it's not going to move very much. But if it's a very active stock, then I want to use percentage of ATR for that reason as well. But just like anything, right? You gotta add it to your plan and test. You gotta add it to your plan and test. I've been trying to use the AI in various ways, struggling. Can you offer more in-depth class in using the AI? We can. We're actually thinking of coming up with another super advanced class kind of thing. We've got a Trade Ideas University, which if someone here wants it and doesn't have it, you can go, and it kind of teaches you all about trade ideas from the ground up. We're thinking of adding one to that's going to be more about brokerage plus trading and things like this. Keep in mind, the first question I'd have, Rob, is are you recording every one of your trades inside of a spreadsheet and making notes on which ones worked and which ones didn't, and what you could have done better to do the trading and that type of thing? Because if you're not, then you have to, right? Every trader needs some sort of a journaling. They need some sort of a way to track what they're doing. I track all of my trades every single day. You should be trying to find out on your own which ones are working, which ones could do better. If you're already doing that, then what I would do is I would go through and take a look at which trades are working the best for you and which modes are working the best for you. Focus on those. My personal suggestion, but I'm biased and it's a bad day for it, is to focus on NEO mostly, on a bit of a risk off or a moderate basis in which you let the system enter your trades and put in a stop loss, but then you allow them to you exit and you trail yourself, right? Because one important thing to note is Holly is all in and all out. The best traders that I've ever talked to are not all in, all out traders. They're take a trade. If it moves in my direction, I'm going to take some profits. I'm going to move my stop up. If it moves my direction, I'm going to, keep moving my stop, keep taking profits. The secret to trading, and again, this is not sexy, so no one wants to tell it to you, but the secret of trading is all in the risk management side. I could give the same algo and sit two different traders in front of them, and one of them is super diligent about his risk management, trailing stops himself, taking profits himself, adding to positions that are working well, these type of things, the dance around the original position, and that trader will do great. And then the other trader, he could have a different but less refined, he's not tracking his trades, he's not updating his trailing stops and trying to figure out at the end of the day, okay, I exited here, it probably would have been better if I tried to use, this trailing stop instead, and that trader could lose money with the exact same strategy, right? It's very, very common. So I would track what you're doing, come up with a way to say, I'm going to let Holly enter, and I'm going to do this, 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 and this, or I'm going to let Holly exit and do this, 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 and this. Like, for example, today, I saw this, and Steve will tell you, and Steve taught me a lot about this, is, this is the 13 EMA on this chart, but he used the 10 moving average. I use the 8 EMA, pretty much all the same stuff, to be blunt. There's no magic in them. But when we saw the market gap up and then come down and touch this moving average and then start to push higher, I exited all of my shorts early. So the losses on the shorts, I didn't take nearly as much. And then I kept the longs a lot longer, but scaling out as they came. So now every position I have right now is, in my personal trading, is long, with break-even stops at the very least. And that was from me watching the market. So you may have something that you build around that. Jamie, for example, Jamie Hodge that works with us, uses these compare count windows a lot. So he would have looked at this off the open and said, okay, the compare counts are looking good. And those are on channel 4. Right here. And all of his compare counts are there for you. And he looks at them about 15 minutes into the day and comes up with kind of a synopsis of whether or not he thinks the buyers or sellers are going to be in control that day. And then we'll only take trades in that direction. So again, right, to each their own, but start working on a theory, start tracking every single trade. Read, if you've got the time, which I guess we all do for quarantine, a great trading book is Mike Belfiore's The Playbook. And he talks, the whole book is about that. It's about designing and refining trading plans. And it is a great read, especially for new traders. It kind of gives you a complete system of what you should do every single night to make sure that you're bettering your trading. Because first you have to find your problem, then you have to fix it. And again, my problem, full upfront and honest with you guys, was I would be the guy sitting here. I'd load up like a really active channel like this, and I was sitting here and I was hunting for trades and hunting for trades and hunting for trades and saying, okay, well, I got to do something, right? I got to trade. I don't make money if I don't trade. And then, eventually just make a trade for no good reason and lose money. So, once I figured out what my own personal demon was and how to get around it, that was my individual turning point. For channel breakout, there's channel breakout and channel breakout confirmed. And you just use, which one would you use? So the main difference between our alerts here when it comes to confirmed alerts and unconfirmed alerts is essentially volume. Right, so if we look at this channel breakout, and there's so many different ones that say confirmed, these channel breakouts are confirmed, and these support and resistance are confirmed where the other ones aren't. Essentially, for something to be confirmed, it needs to have a volume spike at the same time it does the action. So if you build a breakout strategy, a channel breakout strategy, and you put channel breakout confirmed, what you're telling the system is ignore any channel breakouts in which there's a decrease or even volume on the breakout. So if you want less trading, then you will go and say, okay, I want the confirmed one. Right? If you want more alerts, you would use the other one. So the question when it comes to how tight to make your scans, how refined to make them, is, again, a lot of these I feel like they're cop-out answers, but it's a very personal one. Do you want to see and manage many alerts, or do you want to get a few alerts every day and really decide which ones to take? How active do you want to be versus how patient are you? I always have an old story of trading when I used to trade prop. So I started on a prop desk in university, right, sitting at an actual physical desk surrounded by a bunch of other sweaty traders trading 200 trades a day, scalping in and out. And there was one guy who would sit there with his hands on his lap all day. He picked like 4 stocks that he'd put up on his one computer monitor, and he'd watch them, and then you would see him once a day lean forward, hit a few keys, and then he'd get up and leave for the day. And I always admired this guy because he had the patience to sit there, sometimes for hours, sometimes for the entire day, and not make a single trade, not make one single kind of iota of a trade. And then he would make a trade, more often than not make money off it, had great patience when it came to risk. But I just never had that patience. Oh, did Barry? I think Barry took me over. Interesting.
Yeah, I just looking to see if I can get through this that high right there. Right there, that 285. It's a big breakout though, yeah, absolutely. So I mean, this can have a multi-day move. It's not an earnings play, May 11th, so it's not an earnings play. It'll be in a while. May 11th, that's when the test drive starts. Here's another one, guys. Cade. Now, Cadence Bancorp. So, earnings, actually. I didn't realize it was earnings. For the market opened, actually, look at the reaction. Not great at all. I mean, it was actually down. Market opened, so it's up. More importantly, though, look at what it's doing right now. So there's the high, 728. It's a couple of pennies above. It's a couple of pennies above, and then just look left. There's the 200-day way up here. 1466, so that's not an issue. I mean, this could easily have, a multi-day run. Again, I'm not saying Barry said to buy this because it's going to have a multi-day run. That's not what I'm saying. but this is the sort. This is what you want to see. You want to see all sorts of room on the daily, weekly, monthly chart. Oh, my back, Michael. I just had myself on streaming. I was waiting for you to stop. So excuse me. Am I in the YouTube room right now? I'm assuming I'm live in the YouTube room now. Okay. Well, welcome. You probably caught me mid-sentence. Look at NLCH, guys. This is coming out of consolidation. Consolidation. This is coming out of consolidation. NCLH. Look at this little move here. I mean, again, if you believe these cruises are going to come back, there's some amazing buys. I don't know if they'll ever come back to where they were, but I think it's going to take a while for people to want to go on cruises. But might be your last heartbeat. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. No, it would take me a while. They really? Are they really? Okay, well. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. CAPR. Now, if you have my bakes, if you've loaded this, you know she is saying CAPR over and over and over again. She's nagging you to death. She being the voice to text. Meanwhile, OPRT, which I kind of dismissed because I thought it was trading kind of spottily, is now just boomed on the way up. I mean, we are going to see so many charts that look like this, guys. Big moves down over the last 3 months and now starting to come back. So many charts. Boy, this reminds me of 2008/9. So many charts look like this. Well, Sienna is it's challenging that 285 high right there. Wow. Well, are we going to hit 10? Nothing is stopping this market right now. Nothing. This is just. I mean, you can tell basic new highs and lows is it's a decent barometer. I haven't seen the last yellow one I've seen is love, LOV, LOV, and I'll bet you it's probably bounced. Not really. It's still up for the day. It's an earnings. It's kind of an earnings play. They've kind of released early. I mean, I don't. It's not officially an earnings release, but they've kind of guided early. Well, guys, you know I have a very big interest in this one. All the way back, just about. What was a low here? $21.30. Oh, bad. Man, oh, man. Okay, well, this one I think has got too much resistance. I mean, famous last words, but AGLE, I just think it's got too much resistance. I mean, it's still holding its own. It's over that 200-day, but look at that weekly chart. A lot of chopping around here. Neighbors just, just continues to go. Even this one, I mean, I'm not in this one anymore. Look at this one. There's a nice pop also for UAVS. Not in this one anymore. This was my early trade. It worked out very well percentage-wise. Still, let's see. I mean, you look left. Last or 2 weeks ago, the high was, it's getting close, 160. I mean, man, it takes this out. Take a look at it on the monthly chart. Not a lot of room on the monthly chart. My volume today column is not big enough for this. 129 million, not big enough. Even Kura coming back. I mean, it's only down 9 cents now. This was a huge one yesterday. Got as high as 1632. And I was joking that it might get to 10. I don't know if I'm joking anymore. Well, 982, 985, 84, 86. You know, for a boring one, I mean, this will be nothing like the other one, of course, but for maybe a boring one, I mean, it's got a lot in the float. There's a high float. So You'll hear me talk about high floats and why I usually shy away from them, unless a company has news, which this one does. You know, it's an earnings play, so it has some catalyst to move. Otherwise, you have 124 million in the float for a $7 stock. I mean, it's going to take something to get it to move. But look at this. I mean, if it takes this out again at 728, it's just above it. I mean, it's got a lot of room. So it might be a nice. There's NCLH, by the way, over 16 now. So those of you who are into the cruisers, NCLH. Looking left on that weekly chart, 2045. And that's actually kind of the high looking left on the daily chart, so it's about the same. Is this right? This might be stuck. What is it? Is the Dow up? Let's see, 171. Well, there it goes, guys. Well, how about 11? This is we're in a feeding frenzy right now. Well, unbelievably, it hasn't gone up enough in the period of time. Like, unbelievably. I mean, it's just math, you know. Well, guys, I am going to do my video now. It's maybe a little bit early for it, but I'm going to do my video now. Today is Wednesday, so this is my longer day. I attend the Q&A at 5 o'clock, the webinar at 5 o'clock. So this is my longer day. Again, guys, I mean the MBLX, the same. Look at these daily, weekly, monthly charts. I know I'm nagging you guys to death, but look at them. Look at the moves. You know, these stocks getting out of this area. I mean, especially if it got out of that area, MBLX. I mean, it all depends on energy, of course. What is going to happen? All right, guys, I am going to do my video now. So let me get the announcement in the room. Okay, guys, so we'll see you at around 1:40. Music. All right, guys, I'm now back. Just 1 minute, please. Just give me 1 second here. All right, I am now back, and man, oh man, look at so many incredible movers today, guys. LBRT, and I feel badly. UAVS, I remember somebody asked me earlier on, would I play this again? The fact that I was out of it the first time. And I said, well, I'm not a very good pullback player, and my goodness, look at UAVS now, almost up to $2. I mean, that's a tremendous, I mean, look at that. They don't all have to be 400%, guys. That's 113%. They don't all have to be like the CAPR. Just an amazing day. And now, what is happening? So, okay, so the market is a little bit of a drift down. Not much, just a little bit of a drift down. Have I missed any questions? I forgot to put this in here, actually. I forgot to, usually I put, usually I put the notification in here so I can check to see. If I miss any questions, please just repost. Apologize. I haven't even been able to follow the AI today at all. Just too much happening. But I'd see Hog. We were saying a lot of these. This is classic. Second day continuation off earnings. Meanwhile, what are you doing? TXMD, red bar ignored, alert right there, $1.40. And how much room does it have on the monthly chart? It's got some room. It's got some room. Okay, one moment. All right, guys, this keep an eye on the TXMD. That is a classic red bar ignored right there on the 5-minute chart. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you have an uptrend, you have that red bar on the 5-minute chart, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green and moves, obviously it has to be, if it'll take out the high or moves above the high of the red candle, which is 140. That can signal a potential long setup. So looking left, and it's this is not a low float, so this is not going to, I mean, it's up 44%. It shouldn't go crazy. I mean, it's 200 million in the float, but the only thing is a little bit extended on the 15-minute chart, but that is a red bar ignored on the 5. And again, you look left and it has room. Where's the 200 day? 200 day is 241. That's $1 away, so that's certainly far enough away. I no idea, no idea. We don't recommend it, Mr. Maldives. Okay, we just don't recommend it. And kudo to Goods, it was Good or Goods, who talked about this one. Now, I wouldn't pay attention to this one until it broke $1. And unfortunately, I didn't pay enough attention once it did break $1 and I got into the trade. But definitely UAVS. Depends on your system, Theo, I think. I mean, just to show you. I'm looking here on mine, and so when I make a change, MLCO, so it's already, I mean that's as fast as as can be. So I don't know. It all depends on your system, I think, if you have any delay. Definitely, you'll have some. Don't have. Well, you probably don't have both rooms open. You shouldn't have both rooms open because you'll have an echo. There will be probably a slight delay in the YouTube feed for my audio. Ugh. UAVS. What's this going to do tomorrow? I mean, now we're way above this high of last week, or 2 weeks ago, way above it. This is. I mean, I know it's not as crazy as CAPR, but it's getting crazy. What do I think about NIO? Probably nothing. This is the. No, I hate we always use the term the Tesla of China. Yeah, I mean, I don't have. I mean, until it breaks, it's got to really break out of this. I mean, I know it's up. It's pulling back. I just think that this weekly chart is just kind of chopping around. All right, my 11th commandment: Thou shalt not chase. All right, for the TXMD, I am sticking an alert right up here, 148, a price alert, 148. See if it takes it out again. Well, I just don't chase. So it's not a matter of I would not chase. The only way I would chase something like that is if I took very few shares. And because anything can happen right now. And hope that it would, tack on another dollar or something. But I just don't chase. Yeah, that's a big drop, guys. I mean, that hit 11 something, right? 11, a little over 11, 11.14, back down to 8.47. Interesting. Some shares became available to short. Not that I'm necessarily going to do it, but 3,000 shares became available to short. So there's covering obviously going on. Because before there were no shares. That's at Interactive Brokers, okay? Boy. Keep an eye on this TXMD, guys. I mean, I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Yeah, I mean, up 13%. This was earlier on a patent for. Okay, so it's not a virus play. Contraceptive Annovera. Okay, so this is not a virus play, actually. I can only tell you, RJ, how I can tell in Interactive Brokers. Every broker is going to be different, but in Interactive, I don't. Do you have Interactive Brokers? Is that your brokerage? No. Oh yeah. So I can't tell you. There'll be a way within TDA, I'm sure, but every broker is going to be different. For me, I right underneath the order entry, there's a little dot that says if it's shortable or not, and if it's a big green dot, If it's a big green dot, it means it's shortable. If it's a faded green, it means, well, we could search for you. And then if you hover over it enough, the box will pop, a little box will pop up to tell you exactly how many shorts are available. But that's in IB. I can't tell you how that works in TD Ameritrade. For the same reason that we do get some nasty emails from people saying, how come you don't have a short availability filter? How can we possibly do that? Because every broker can be different. I may have shorts for something and you may not, and it could be vice versa for another stock. So there's no way to have a short availability. It'll be different from broker to broker. Well, I don't even read the emails from you, Real. I just you've gone directly to a spam filter, so sorry. I kid, Real. In case there's anybody new. Man, how can I be mean to that guy? I'm the only one. Well, I'm watching this 148, 149. I mean, it is a big float, 200 million in the float, so it's not going to be crazy, crazy. I mean, it's up 50%, but it's not, from here, I don't know what it's going to do. The 50-cent mark for stocks under 5 can be almost as big a barrier as the the $1, or the dollar whole, I know what I want to say, the whole dollar can be for other stocks. Let's see if we can clear that 150. Lots and lots and lots of volume. 9 million. There you go. So somebody's actually answering in the YouTube feed, RJ. It'll either say hard to borrow HTB or easy to borrow ETB in the active trader window. Somebody just said that in the. Thank you for that, Trey. So if you have to find your active trader window, I guess. So HTB is hard to borrow. ETB means easy to borrow. Yeah, doubt if it's going to do anything. I mean, I doubt they're going to raise interest rates or anything like that. I'd actually completely, but thanks for pointing it out, Bandit. In the old days, last year, yeah, it used to be interesting at 2 o'clock to see what the reaction to the SPY was. At 2 o'clock when they release their when the decision comes out, but I doubt very much they're going to do anything with interest rates. Just a little extended on that 15-minute chart for TXMD. It's a little looking better. He's got two red bar ignores actually on the two of them. A lot of action at 150 right now. A lot of action at 150 for TXMD. Good spread. 149, 150. Can't get better than that. But I'm going to be stubborn and hold out for maybe about a 153. 153. I want to see it clear that 150. Not going to take it ahead of that. So I'm talking TXMD. You do what you want to do, of course, but that's kind of my plan right now. I got to say, this has been maybe the fastest day I've had in several weeks. This has just been flying by. A lot of times by now I'm just dragging, but not at all. I'm mentally alert. There's so much happening. Meanwhile, SM breaking through 3. Look at this void, guys. Look at the void. If energy, really starts coming back, I don't mean like a one-day wonder. We're going to have some incredible plays, swing trades, really. Yeah, it's only up 68%. No, I mean, it's amazing. I really even haven't looked at this guild. I guess they came out with their news. Remdesivir proves effective against coronavirus in the United States study reports. But we do have mixed results. It looks like the U.S. study is positive, the China study not as. So, I mean, that was the leak before. That's what caused that one to go down before. All right. I took it, guys. 153. Let's see. Let's see if it can really clear that. That's the TXMD. Put a pretty tight stop on it. You put your stop where you want. Don't tell me when to get. I'm not going to tell you when to get out. My hope is that it doesn't get too crazy, like not too whippy. That's because it's got 200 million in the float. I'm hoping that it's relatively calm. Yeah, I took it in the simulator too. I don't know why 645 shares were there, but AAMC, have I looked at it lately? Probably never. So, yeah, I don't think I've ever looked at it. Yeah, the volume is, I mean, the volume is just coming in. Oh no, that, yeah, I mean, it doesn't trade very much. That's the only issue with it. Well, one of the issues perhaps. I mean, 34,000 shares. I know it's up $5. I mean, for a stock to go up 36,000 or 36% and only 34,000 shares, that's pretty hard for me to trade anyway. I mean, look, last week it didn't even do 20,000 shares. So that's a very thin trader. Meanwhile, Real is saying the VWAP test for WW Weight Watchers 2675, 20 got right to it. Basically right to the VWAP. Popped off it a little bit. Cake. Off the VWAP 2442. So yeah, nice move there. Yeah, very nice move there. Very nice move. Just waiting on the TXMD to see if it can really move from here. Only worrisome thing is a little bit extended on the 15s. I like those two red bars. Red bar ignored. No change in the Fed. Yeah, well, we didn't think there would be, did we? Oh, a cross too. Okay, a cross for cake. Also down below 24. Put this up here. So guys, look at QFin. I mean, if you want a really good illustration about how a stock trades around that 200-day moving average, look at QFin. I mean, there's a 200-day 908. Look what it got to. It got to 905 and it's just underneath it. So, in theory, if it bursts through on some volume, that could get it through. But right now, I mean, it's just waiting. Yeah, that's old news. Yeah, that was the news this morning on CAPR. Or the 10 SMA. All right, guys, I'm getting. Just watching this TXMD. I do not want to see it get down too much below 150. If you're new to this, yeah, I mean try to keep it simple, but yeah, I mean it's kind of a new language. Don't be shy. You can ask questions. Everybody started out new at one point, okay? So I have definitely all the empathy in the world for anybody who's starting out new. So don't be shy. Ask me questions. I'm just waiting on this TXMD. I'd love to see a burst into the 160s. Yeah, I'm not. It doesn't look that promising, guys. Well, I mean, if it takes out the 200 day, I mean, one day does not make a trend. But I mean, if a stock does take out the 200 day and start leaving it behind, yeah. Okay. Oh wow, I'm out of it. Good exit. That really just plunged down. Ooh, that was a good exit. 147. I got out at 147. So a 6 cent loss on that one, and now I'm going to have to keep an eye on it. If it gets back, I might take a look at it. But that was a bit of a nasty candle there. You know, I mean, I didn't love it because of the extended on the 15s, but I thought maybe these two little red bar ignored might make up for that, and then the break over 150, but I guess not. The minute it touched 150, I got nervous. So I had my finger very, very quickly on that exit trigger. Yeah, so to answer your question, yeah, I mean, a stock that finally gets over the 200 day, but not just one day. You know, it doesn't establish necessarily a trend, but so I guess what I'm saying is that on that QFIN, as an example, you know, it doesn't mean that if it gets above the 908, which is a 200 day today, that that's it, you know, and that it'll just continue. No. Well, for something like a TXMD, I mean, you go and market, the spread was only a penny. So, I mean, I just went out right at 147. It was 147, 148. It just took me out at 147. Depends on the spread. I mean, you can go market as long if the spread's a penny, it doesn't matter. That's a nasty candle, guys. I have to admit, that is a nasty, nasty out of nowhere. And I don't think it had really, I mean, I know the market's going down, but I don't honestly think that that had anything to do with it. Okay, Unisys could be interesting. It is an earnings play. It's, you know, it's just sort of sitting around 13, a little break over 13. It has some room up to this area around 1360. Obviously, it's come back quite a bit. Was all the way down to around 1170 or 1169 this morning. Then it came back at that opening candle. It could be interesting goods. Yeah, I'm sort of, I mean, again, not being the good pullback player, but yeah, I mean, there's a nice bottoming tail, nice two bottoming tails. Takes out two again. I mean, it did hit a high of 240-ish. Well, Weight Watchers, my goodness, you know, I was watching it, and it actually had moved up here, and now it's down again. There's that 200 day, sorry, the VWAP. 2676. It actually looks like it moved a little bit with the market. I pinned them, yes. I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to tell people to pin though, as you probably know why. For whatever reason, it gets people into trouble. So I've never had an issue from day one, but for some reason, some people have issues and they get duplicates of all their windows, and it really bogs down their system, and they don't know why. And I don't. So I'm not going to explain pinning. I never explain pinning. No, I don't know of a good penny stock to invest in right now. Sorry. You know, and the thing is too, even if I sort of did, I can't tell you because, you know, I get into trouble. I'm not an investment advisor. There's a disclaimer when you come into this room. Okay, so there's no way if I said yes, I think this is a good one, and it tanked on you, you lost all your money. You know, so You mean a bracketed order? Yeah, you should be able to. I don't think that's. I don't think that's the same. I don't use bracketed orders in IB, but I'm sure you can. I don't know anything. I don't know enough about Robinhood. All right, so I'm not going to give up on you, TXMD. Let's see if you get back up to that area. I might get back. I might take you again. This might have been just one of those brief. Again on the Sienna, or the Sienne. I don't think it's Sienna, but Sientra. Well, the last time somebody asked me, I was suggesting that well, this was the, no, it's wrong here. Okay, this was the area that, I mean, look again, guys. It's amazing. What did I say about it? Said I wasn't sure if this would stop it, but it's almost to the penny. That high right there, 285. What did it get to? 280. So not quite to the penny, but just even that little spike high in that daily chart put a stop to that run of Sientra. So I mean, it's odd for whatever reason, I mean that's its area that it's got to get through. And at this point, this looks like it's wanting to move down. You got a downtrend, a little pause, and now another red candle. So to me, it looks like it wants to move down. I don't use anything less than a 5-minute chart. I just find anything less than that is just too whippy for me. That's my experience. That's not a recommendation. If I had my druthers, I wouldn't even lose a 5 or a 15. I just use these. But I'm kidding a little bit. What are the pros of trade ideas? Well, you can set up virtually any type of alert system that you want. We're very it's fairly simple in that we don't have a programming language, So I mean, if you want to, you can set up your own, I guess I'll call them trading scenarios, filters. It's pretty simple enough to do. I mean, it helps you filter down to the to look at stocks for the day anyway that are trading abnormally. Very, very easy to do. Now, does it mean that you take every trade that you see? No. Yeah, you can set an alert right on the chart. So for instance, on the Sientra, if I want to set an alert right here, 255, say he takes that out, go right to the chart, right click, create. Now I don't put notes in or anything like that, and I just save it. Done. So now, if I look at my price alerts window, you can see it right down here. Okay, so if it hit 255, it's hard to see here, but that blue line would turn green. Because I have this window minimized, the window will pop up on my screen. Because I have it sorted on the last one triggered, I'd see it right at the top. And I could put a sound alert right on it. Okay, I could put a sound alert right on it. So I cannot miss it. I cannot miss an alert, price alert. And it's very simple. I mean, look, I always say we didn't invent the concept of price alerts, but it's so simple to do. Let's say I want to put the high right there. Just put my mouse right there, right click, create, save, done. I mean, it's so simple. No excuse for not putting price alerts. Yeah, we're trying to create more in the single stock window. You know, we're trying to create more use for it. We've got news, insiders. The similar tab, which I have not gone over, is a very cool tab right now. I have it set on competitors. So what that means is if I click on an alert like CAPR, so here are the other stocks in that sector, the pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing sector. Here's how they're all doing. I duplicate the window a couple of times so I can see the ones, and I sort on the change from the close column. So I see the ones that are up the most versus the ones that are down the most. So this AVDL, for whatever reason, is down the most in that sector. Then I can even pop the sector out. And then if I want to follow this sector all day long, I can, and this is what I do. I basically put the filters that I want in place. Very simple to do. I just, I took this. And so I can follow that sector, which is a hot sector all the time, not just during the virus days, but this farmers are just hot. So that's a very cool way to use the similar. Of course, you can use any, say you wanted to follow the home builders or the drillers or, name a sector. And it gets right into the nitty gritty of the subsector. So, I mean, you can do virtually follow any sector that you want. There's no scan. Well, yes and no. The halts resumes. Okay? So the quirk about our halts resumes is that if it's an IPO, it'll show up as a resumed 9 times out of 10. Okay? Not every single time, but I'd say 9 times out of 10, we see the IPO show up as a resumed, as an example, okay? So is there an official scan for IPOs? No, but this, we didn't know it was going to do this, but it again, 9 times out of 10, it does it. What do I think about the casino stock sector? So let's take a look at, say, LVS. Now we can get into, here's Casino Hotel, so here's Penn and MLCO, MGM. I mean, it's not a matter of what I think about it. Obviously a lot of these things are going to try to come back. But I don't, it's like asking me, what do I think about airlines or what do I think about the cruisers? Eventually these things should start coming back, but when? I know there are a lot of easing restrictions happening in the States, but how well it goes, we can't know. Oh, this is a tough one to trade. Look at this one, this ARCT, $27 up to $31. Now there's the problem with a low float for a relatively high price stock. 12 million in the float, 31. You can get some wild dollar swings. I know, TXMD. So you guys you're on your own on that one, okay? I may do something. I want to see if it takes out a certain area, but you're on your own on that one. I still like it. Now there's a CN. Oh, right. I was just demonstrating. So you see how that worked? You see how I put that price alert right there? Hard to see maybe on the screen, but that, and I know it's very hard to see, but that's now green. See how it popped up on my screen? Very, very easy to use our price alerts. You can have up to 500 of them. Nobody needs 500 price alerts. I don't mean 500 a month or a day or a week. I mean total of 500, but I mean, you shouldn't, I mean, nobody needs 500 price alerts. Quotient. Now, Quotient was so strong yesterday, and then it fell off. It had, yeah. Look at it now. I mean, these are sometimes so hard. I mean, this was alive yesterday. Had some news, and then it just faded for the whole day. Okay, guys. Well, I'm sure you know why I'm doing this. Penny by penny. All right, guys. Well, again, you probably know what I've done. Every time I keep putting price alerts, you know what's happened. Got a price alert window open or something. Change symbol. Where are you? There you are. Yeah, we don't have EMAs, Dave. So there isn't one. No. You're talking about the EMA crossing the 20 SMA. We don't have EMAs at all. So the answer is no. Just give me one pop here. Yeah, this QTNT, if you were here, well, you followed it yesterday. if you were following this one yesterday, I mean, all right, guys. Well, a semi-winner now. Whew. Recovery for me on the TXMD. All right. Still kind of strange that the trading it did just before it. All right, guys. Well, okay. I mean, you know, every time you see me put price alerts in, you know, just about 100% of the time I'm back in the trade. So it was a very odd, very odd. Diebold, that's DBD, right? DBD. What do I think about it? Let's see. What do I think about Diebold? So I look at the weekly chart. I see a couple of. So it's at 5. I mean, listen, it's been beaten up like a lot of stocks, of course. So if you look at the weekly chart, the high is 626 and 613. So I think that 6 is going to be probably a bit of a struggle to get through. You've got a couple right around 6. It's at 580 right now. Obviously, you can get through that. Then you look left and it's got quite a bit of room. 760 on the daily chart. All right, well, this is turning into now an okay play. Yeah, that is just, I mean, I felt a little bit foolish because I think what I was saying just before that is that it should be fairly steady because of the float, 200 million in the float. And then all of a sudden it does this, and not on excessive volume. It was a little bit strange to me for it to go from 155 all the way down to 136. Okay, Shane, good. Real's going to tell you we don't talk about how much we make in the room. I'm really happy for you, but we don't talk about how much we make in the room, but fantastic. That's okay. So what scanner showed that? Let's see. I'm sure it was on the... This would have showed up on my basic new highs and lows. Okay, now this is the last, you know, it's showing me the new highs. I don't think I had it in my pre-market movers. No, it wasn't up enough. Or it didn't have enough volume or something. I mean, you know, I suppose it could have been because it did have that little move up, but when I was watching it, it probably wasn't up that much or didn't have a lot of volume. I'm not saying it didn't show up. I mean, listen, it would have to a certain extent, but here's the, well, I'll call it the problem. It's not really a problem, but so this is what I'm using. This is what I'm using for my pre-markets, okay? And I've separated it now. And you can have this one. I have it separated into the up and down, okay? So, yes, your eyes are drawn to the ones that are up the most. That's the natural thing to do, of course. Okay, here are the ones that are up. Now, remember, now I'm running this at 4 in the, 4 my time, 7 in the morning, Eastern time. So a lot of times what happens is, yeah, your eyes are drawn to these ones. These are the ones that are up. I'm not saying these weren't up that much, as much as they are now. So sometimes, like a TXMD could have been way down here, still up good, like a nice pop, but I'm not really seeing it. I can only see, I've got maybe, it could be 50 stocks in here. So consequently, I'm not, I may miss it unless unless it's really high, or it's a very, very low float, which it wasn't, because I'll sort on the float column too. So again, this is just maybe an insight on how I use my pre-market ups and my pre-market downs. The obvious thing to do is to sort on the change from the close at the beginning, just to see the ones that are up the most. Yes. But then I start sorting on different columns. I'll sort on the float column, because again, there might be something very, very low float that I'm just not seeing because it's kind of down here, or the short float percent. And I'll sort on these various columns. Notice when I did that, this would not have been picked up because it has 200 million in the float. So that would never, ever have been showing up as a low float. So that's, it's just the way it happens. But there's no question that it would have shown up here. I just don't know, the first time. Actually, you know what? I'm wrong. I mean, it would have shown up here, but I am actually wrong. Where I first saw it was remember I was telling you how I have the similar stock window and I pop out the pharmaceuticals and I create a top list. I saw this one right at the top here because at one point it was right at the high of the day. That's where I saw this one. And then of course it kept triggering here afterwards. So all right, so I see my audio kicked out for a second, and also maybe the screen sharing. Is that what happened? This time I did notice it. My audio went blank. I didn't touch it. So screen sharing is back. I want to make sure that screen sharing is back. Is that what the yes means? Okay, thank you. Well, what am I going to do now? 2:36, guys. So I'm going to, again, I'll be in this webinar at 5 o'clock. So maybe I'll just go over a few of the links again for those of you who are new. The big link really, if you're new and you're wondering about our program. Let me just put some of these in here easily. This is a link. Take a look at this one, all right? I'm going to put it in the stocks only and also in the off topic. So if you're wondering why this room is free, yes, every now and then I do have to promote trade ideas. So this is the test drive, okay? So if you click on that link, the test drive link, you'll be brought to this page. So what is the test drive? It starts on May the 11th. Runs to May 22nd. That is 10 trading days. We do not have free trials. Number one, ask questions. I want a free trial. You can't have one. But we do this 4 times a year. For $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service for those 10 trading days. And yes, it includes everything. The AI, Brokerage Plus. The only thing it doesn't allow you to do, which we don't think you should do anyway, is auto trade the AI, okay? But everything else, if you are a standard subscriber, you can also participate. It will cost you the $8.99. Somebody said that's pretty expensive, $899. Oh man. Anyway, for $8.99, if you're a standard subscriber, you can do the same thing. So it's a great, great opportunity to try us out. No obligation. Once it's over, it's over. We don't put you into a subscription or anything. If you're standard and you upgrade to premium for those 10 days, you'll go back to standard. Of course, we'll offer you a nice promo code if you do want to take out a subscription. One of the nice things too is that if you do the test drive and you create some alert windows and some layouts, but you're not quite ready, you're just not quite ready to hop into a trading program. That's okay. Even if it's a month later, a year later, or 2 years later, if you decide that you want to subscribe, as long as you use the same email address that you used for the test drive, everything you created will be waiting for you, as long as you save it to the cloud. Be like water. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nice to see you back, Julian, or Be Like Water. Great to see you. This is, remember Sam M? He's back in the room today also. And guess what? I don't know if you were around when Leon was here. I got an email from him yesterday or 2 days ago, and he's coming back. I don't know if you were around then. For new people, I mean, these are people who have been in the room forever, and some left for a while. And we do have. I don't do one-on-one training, but we do have one-on-one training. It will cost you, I think, $99 for an hour. But obviously, there's a limit to what I can do in the room. I mean, I can do my best to help you understand how to use the program. We also have between 12 and 1 every day, well, Monday to Friday, in the YouTube room. We've got training there also. Training in that it's a live Q&A. So you can ask questions, just like you can do here. We don't teach you how to trade, though. We don't teach you candlestick patterns. We don't teach that aspect of it. Okay? We try to get you to understand how to use our program. And you can tell, yes, by the sound of my voice, yes, it was a good day. Well, to speed up the leaning curve, the learning curve, I mean, there's nothing that's going to substitute looking at a lot of different charts. And, I mean, there's no quick fix. I don't want to snow you. There's no quick fix to all of this. The other thing, too, is that once you start putting listen, we have a simulator, okay? We have a simulator right there. I don't talk about it enough, I guess. But, I mean, this is how you can practice trading. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you've got. It's using our real-time data. And, unconnected. And so you can practice trading using our simulator. That's what I've done right here. This is the simulator in action right now. I think that the room can help you a lot, not just what I'm saying, but Real and other great traders in the room. They're trading, but they're selflessly answering questions also. Not selfishly, selflessly. Okay. I mean, we got a great group of people in this room that are really trying to help each other. One of the things, to help up the process, just learning trade ideas itself, is that I share a lot of scans, and I try to name the scans such that they kind of make sense. Weak stocks down, strong stocks up, things like that. Okay, so you don't have to know how to create everything completely from scratch. It's a matter of it's an easy enough thing to do. You click on the link and then you load it. You just file load from cloud, and you'll see it right there, and then you load it. So now it's on your desktop, And then you can take a look at the scan. And, once you get used to things, you take a look at the scan. And you right click, configure, and you click on summary. And here are the filters, that I'm using in this one. Stocks where the price is between $1 and $30. Current volume is 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times as normal up to this point of the day, 243. Minimum volume of 300%. Stock must be up at least 3% or down 3% from the previous close. Now, you might say, well, I don't like that price range. I want to trade between, $5 and $15. Whatever that is, you just make the change. You want a higher minimum volume. Fine, you make the change. And then you just say, okay. So what I try to give you is, a little boilerplate that if you want to, you can make adjustments and then kind of turn it into the way in which you would like to see things. We also have, for new people, we also have this channel bar. New channel bar. Every channel in here has a theme. There are my windows right there, Barry's windows right there. If you load this, you'll see these 3 windows. All right, guys, GIVO from yesterday, is it finally going to break out? Some volume is coming in. So funny, I was waiting on this one to break out, and it didn't really, and drew my eyes to CREX. It's turned into a great late day trade for me. But anyway, so there are my windows, okay? And so I try to create a watch list of stocks that hopefully are going to be interesting. The list changes every day. And it gives you just a sort of a finite number of stocks to concentrate on, rather than having to, create all your own alert windows and click like mad all day long. You can maybe, if you're a new trader, just focus on a very finite number of stocks. But in that channel bar, we got all sorts of themes. An earnings channel, pre-market channel, ready to run. These are stocks that may be just getting poised to start to move. Stocks that are surging, swing ideas. So these are all have been developed. When you click on it, you'll see windows pop up. You don't have to know how they were created. We do everything for you. So it's a good place to start. We don't have, we have some option filters. I don't know about option chains, okay, but we do have option filters. This may or may not help you, Pam. So here are the option filters. I know it's not option chains, but this is what we do have. So we have the put call ratio. Options volume is the average option volume over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, put volume today, call volume today. This is the key one, the option volume today percent. That's the key one. So what happens is this. Let's just say over the last 10 days, the stock has averaged, let's say, 2,000 contracts a day. Total of puts and calls, 2,000, okay? If you use this filter, and say you put 200, which is 200% or 2 ratio, that means that stock that normally trades 2,000 contracts a day, for you to see it, it would have to trade 4,000 contracts a day. So in other words, it's helping you zero in on stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Now, whether that's going to help you trade options, I don't trade options, but that's what we have. Well, guys, Givo, let's take a look left on the chart here. 132 is the next area. I mean, if obviously if it gets through that, then we may have a shot to get up into this area here. I think $1.50 again, the 50-cent level for stocks under $5 to me can be a stumbling block. Now that drug is not a vaccine, right? It is. It's not a vaccine, as I understand it. Correct? Well, obviously, it's not a vaccine. I know. I've answered my own question. I know it's not a vaccine. It's just something that can help people who have. Thoughts on OMF continuing? So it's a big float, 131 million in the float. I mean, it's had a tremendous day. I actually did see this one in the pre-market, but again, it was one of those that, because it had a high float, I didn't really pay that much attention to it, though April 27th, so it had earnings a couple of days ago. What I see right here, I mean, it's probably got to get through. I mean, listen, it could have a tremendous run. It's in the financial sector. It could have a tremendous run, I guess, if it could get through 28.31. So that's about $3 away on that weekly chart. But it breaks through that. I mean, it's come all the way from $50. But whether it will continue. Does this trade in the States? Yeah, okay, it's just kind of a funny looking daily chart when you see these gaps. Also has a 200-day moving average. That's far enough away, $36. It's about $10 away. Okay, guys, GEVO. So is it going to take this out right here? 132, so it's a penny above. So that's the next high looking left. Always look left. I'm still waiting for my t-shirt. And that's just, that's a high of, oh, there it goes, guys. So it is breaking now above that. UAVS, wow. Nicely done, goods. I remember he said that he took it, I think, around a 180. Probably back around here. Are you still in the room? Good? Good, goods. I mean, maybe this is not quite as crazy as CAPR, but look at this. I mean, this is going to probably be 200% double at some point. Will be interesting to see what it does tomorrow. Now, tomorrow, look at that monthly chart. Let's expand that monthly chart just a little bit. So what's the high right there? Well, okay, right here, it looks like about 258 or so. I mean, this could have a really big run. I mean, it's an earnings play, but I think it's more than that. I think somebody said This has maybe something to do with drones and Amazon, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, that's the rumor. That's been the rumor. That's been out there for a while. This is not a new rumor today. Yeah, that's been around for a while. I know. I think even on this day, way back here, I think that was the rumor back here, or even earlier. No, remember I know talking about this one earlier. Look at SM. I mean, look at the. Again, if you're a new trader, these are the charts you want to see. Okay, lots and lots of room. And I know you're saying, well, what do you mean by room? So look at that weekly. Look at the weekly chart. Look at all this area right here. In fact, why do I do that? I got my little tool. See if this works. There we go. Well, not quite, but you see that area right here, right there. What if that was right above it, right above here? Okay? You can see how that could stall a stock from moving higher if all this congestion, all this trading was right above it. But when you look how there's nothing there. So this is what we talk about, a void or a gap or room. It has room to move. How's that for a presentation? I just got this tool last week. Well, 2:56 guys. So again, typically I shut the room down. I'll always stay around if there are questions, but if there are no questions, I will be shutting the room down around 3. And guess what? We get to do this all over again tomorrow. Today was an extraordinary day, really, I found. I mean, there were a lot of stocks that trended. As opposed to yesterday, I didn't see nearly as many trending stocks. I mean, there were stocks, of course, but I didn't see nearly as many. In fact, yeah, I remember my watch list didn't really have that many good alerts from it yesterday. Mainly because the market was down and there were the things were triggering on the way up. Hey, no problem. Oh, earnings date 9.25, so 9 business days from now, pre-market. So this is how we. In fact, that is the other. Let me just show you something before I leave. Forgot to say this because this is the other column that I sort on. Let me just expand it a bit. So I have my earnings date column, all right? So look at all the earnings, guys. Now, what does this all mean? So if it says 0.25, that means it released earnings this morning before the market opened. That's what 0.25 means. You can also see up here. Well, I didn't click on it, but let's click on DIN. So you see April 29th pre-market. Okay? So that's 0.25. And if you, that's why I think you should have the single stock window open. It'll give you it'll give you English language when a stock has earnings. Now, the other one, which is equally as important, is the minus 0.25. What that means, it means that this stock released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see there, it says April 28th post-market, after hours. So typically, a stock that releases, so stocks that release after hours today and pre-market tomorrow, those are the stocks that will be in play, what we call are in play. They should be active all day long. And yesterday when I showed you this column, there were maybe 5 stocks. And I said it'll start getting full as the week and the weeks progress, because many companies are going to be releasing earnings. So you're going to see, you'll see the obvious ones, the Facebooks, the Apples, and all of that, but those to me are not the interesting ones. The interesting ones are some of the ones that are, verify. Well, yeah, you should verify only if you're looking to maybe trade through earnings. I 100% agree. I don't trade a stock. I don't hold a stock through earnings, ever. Okay? I don't try to guess about what I think. I don't care what I read. Oh, they're going to have great earnings. They're going to blow it out. I don't care. I don't even pay attention to it. I don't know. You would probably have to trade a couple of days. I mean, listen, Hootie, I don't know. I mean, Works, if you know the history behind Works, that was a really promotional press release, the first one, and even the second one did not cover it. I don't know how promotional this was. It's just that people have reacted. I mean, people have reacted in a very positive way. So I don't think it's quite the same. It doesn't. So it's rare that stocks get halted like that. It's rare. It doesn't happen that often. So it'll be 1.25. Okay. So stocks. Well, okay. Here are the ones you should pay attention to, in my opinion. Okay. 0.75 means the stock is going to, for instance, is it Facebook? No. Yeah, so Facebook is releasing after hours today, okay? That's 0.75. So 1.25 will be tomorrow before the market opens. So again, minus 0.25 means they released after hours yesterday. 0.25 means they released this morning, pre-market. 0.75 means they were released after hours today. 1.25 will mean they release tomorrow before the market opens. But that's why you have the single stock window. If you have the earnings date up, just English language, it'll tell you. So it's not so much you have to know what it is, looking at the pre-market today. It's tomorrow morning, when we do our work. That's when you want to see the pre-market, which will be 0.25 tomorrow. Make sense? All right, guys, are there any other questions? Well, we added this a little while ago, the English language version of it, because you used to have it just all in that, as you call it, the math, okay? And so we added that a little while ago. So you can just sort of zero in. All right, everybody, I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. You've got me for a bonus 3 minutes, so maybe I'll see some of you in the webinar this afternoon at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. I'll put the link in here if you want to attend the webinar. This is the Q&A webinar with Dan and Brad. Partners and trade ideas. I just sort of tag along in the it's a Q&A, it's a general Q&A session, and you got the two founders of Trade Ideas, or the two partners in Trade Ideas, who put it on, the CEO, and I don't know what Brad's official title is, but and it's kind of a Q&A. Now I just help out text-wise. When I see posts coming in, I help them out trying to answer there. If you click on that link, you'll see all the webinars, and there's a little description about what each webinar is about. Okay, so this is the Q&A on Wednesday. All right, everybody, I think that's it. I will we'll do all this again tomorrow, starting at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.